Jay got back into it, said, leave Burns alone, he looks jolly dashing. Well, I'm not sure we agree on that, Jay. Yeah, it's a strange life choice for a man in his early 30s to want to look like David Brent.
I think he's going for Jack Sparrow. Dave's video has disappeared again. Slippery one, this Brook. As Broad is continuing, no double change just yet. Full delivery, a big inside edge from Abid Ali as he tries to drive down the ground, and it bounces away off the pad into the offside. There is no run. Broad puts hands to head. Definitely beat Abid Ali, drew him into the drive. There is no run.
Tom O'Pollett, one for Statos. How many times in the last year or two have England won the toss?
Good question. Let's look it up.
We'll leave that with our resident statistician. Jay Grover, mint. Knuckle sounds calmer today. He's not going to ask me aggressive questions about how I defrauded my employee's pension.
You couldn't get excited by the end of that game yesterday. You shouldn't be watching cricket, frankly. First morning of a test match, it's a very different scenario. Short ball from Stuart Broad. Abid Ali sees it well and drops to his knees and sways inside the line. Lets it go through to Josh Buttler behind the stumps. There is no run.
No, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the coverage yesterday. It was particularly good having other cricket going on as well, and the fact that all of you kept us in touch with the guys were keeping us in touch with the county games, just to have the fact that other cricket was actually taking place, so much more makes it so much more enjoyable.
It is nice to have grounds to go round, as it were.
Yeah.
I do always enjoy that part of the season when you've got so much cricket going on at the same time. As Broad is in third ball of the over, that long rhythmical run-up of his, Abid Ali. Again, the slightly flamboyant leave to a ball he didn't need to do anything with, but
I like
him. There is no run.
Yeah, I like Fred ticking off the Surrey wickets. That was particularly... I'm not either Surrey or Middlesex fan, but it sounded like a great game. And the way that Surrey wickets were going down.
Robson's taking wickets, for God's sake.
Well, you've got to play against... Surrey had a job to do to save the game, and they failed to do it.
Yeah, last wicket out-stumped, which is unusual trying to save a game. I'm not quite sure how it happened, though, to be fair, so can't comment too highly. Short ball into the hips of Abid Ali. There is the leg slip and the sort of deepish leg gully in position. Don Bess in that position. I think that comes off thigh pad down to the man at long leg, and they come through for a run of sorts. In fact, no, off bat, so Abid Ali moves to 14.
Josie Oak, afternoon. Doesn't Akram live in Australia? The current Mrs. Akram is Australian. Yeah, I think that he does still have a house over here. Yeah,
Wakar Yunus also lives in Australia most of the year, and in fact he came with the squad separately because they were coming from Pakistan and he was coming from Australia. But a lot of these guys will have houses in multiple locations. Fifth ball of the over from Stuart Broad round the wicket to Shah Masood, who thinks about playing but leaves alone through to the keeper. There is no run. And then I like that, gives Stuart Broad a little nod of acknowledgement. I can tell you that England, since the start of 2018, in 19 tests have won the toss 12 times.
Jay Grover says, Wasim hasn't been asked to be a coach because he was implicated in match fixing. The judge admitted he could not investigate him, in brackets, in inverted commas, because he was my hero. I can send links.
Blimey.
Allegedly.
Well, he was implicated, but
that's right.
Last ball of the over from Stuart Broad, back of a length, and sharp single taken by Shah Masood and Abid Ali as Shan defends off the back foot. Abid Ali caught him through for the single, and they were quite right to do so. Well run by these two. Shah Masood keeps the strike. He's on 13. Abid Ali on 14. Pakistan 32 for no loss.
Leo Wicket Witch, why do you even have that tingling board jingle if you're not using it?
Yeah, very good.
Martin and Lawrence, things you don't expect to hear on cricket commentary number 1023. James Anderson removed from his own end. Could be painful. I actually got that stat slightly wrong about winning the toss. 32 test matches since the start of 2018. England have won the toss 19 times. So, yeah, nothing really to read into that. And Steve Shipcock says, morning all, with you all now. Had to listen to TMS in the car for the first half hour. Mercifully remained Vaughan free. He might split opinion, Mr. Vaughan, doesn't he?
Between Michael Vaughan and everyone else. Woakes continuing, bowling his second over of the morning. Full delivery, a little hit to swing into Shah Masood, but very gentle and pushed up to the head-banded Stuart Broad at mid-on. There is no run. Shah Masood just practising his movements and timing on that forward press.
Yeah, just going back to this, sorry, John, just going back to this coaching team Pakistan have, Mushi, and Waka Yunus, you got Misbah, it's a fantastic lot of experience there. And you sort of see Yunus Khan, you sort of see already signs that Pakistan have put more thought into their batting than the West Indies had in terms of the technique.
Shah Masood defends this delivery. Probably didn't have to defend because it was missing the stumps, but he does so solidly enough. Back to the bowler, Chris Woakes. There is no run. It should also be said that Pakistan's batting lineup is of a higher class than the West Indies.
Well, no, but I'm talking about coaching, yeah. And I know I take that point, but the same mistakes were being made, weren't they? Which a good batting coach would have sorted out.
It's true. West Indies were on their sort of sub-batting coach because their regular batting coach wasn't able to be on the tour, so I think there was a little bit of uncertainty there in the backroom staff. Back of a length from Chris Woakes, a little bit of movement into the left-handed Shah Masood, but I think that might be the last ball for a little while because it is raining now at Old Trafford. Just a short, sharp shower. Apparently there's quite a breeze blowing across Old Trafford as there has been recently. The ground staff are definitely massing with the covers. In fact, the umpires, the interchangeable Richards, Illingworth and Cattleborough, appear to want to keep the players out there for as long as possible, which is quite right, but we may have a short interruption to proceedings.
Just to bring us fully up to date, Mog says, did I see something about Tim Bresnan making 100 the other day? His first game for Warwickshire.
Yeah, another day, another Tim Bresnan and astonishing performance in the county championship, or Bob Willis Trophy as we're calling it this year. Back of a length, and Shah Masood leaves through to there is no run.
Good signing. Bresnan got a lot of cricket left in him, hasn't he? And his appetite for the game hasn't diminished, so it's a good signing by Warwickshire. His very first game for them gets a ton.
Yeah,
he always batted too low for Yorkshire, didn't he?
Well, he batted at 6 or 7 a lot in the last couple of years. He basically plays as a batting all-rounder these days. Hugely effective in that role. Fifth ball of the over from Chris Woakes makes Shah Masood play, but he plays it comfortably from middle stump into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run.
Dave Wood says, TMS recently unblocked me on Twitter, something I'm eager to rectify. And Grubby says, good to see Waka Yunus in the crowd. Does Gorilla have any interview footage with him, I wonder? I don't know whether that's a loaded question.
I think it is, yes. There may have been an interview with Waka Yunus, for which Bear forgot to turn on the camera, or the microphone, sorry. Back of a length, full delivery outside off stump, left alone by Shah Masood, through to the keeper, there is no run, 32 for no loss. Richard Cattleborough is signalling to somebody, the ground staff. Let's see if they come on, but just now they're certainly waiting for the news, and they're talking to each other and making hand signals at each other. But while we wait for news on that, more tweets.
So we've only got one more. Martin White now abusing my hometown. There are only 2 weather forecasts for Old Trafford: raining and about to rain.
Jono, just to pick up on that, the 2 things you mentioned just before. First of all, 2 questions. First of all, what do you have to do to get blocked by TMS? I'd like to know more about that. And secondly, tell us about the Waka Yunus Bear camera incident.
This was a while ago, to be fair. You do have a change of bowling at the Brian Statham end. Broad is out of the attack after a rare wicketless spell for him in the last few years, and this man's into bowl.
And now it's time for Jofra Archer.
He does on this slightly faster pitch and quickening pitch. He's in. Good delivery first up. Full in-swinging delivery which Abid Ali tries to drive at. He has driven a few quite loosely as he tries to push down the ground. Off the inside edge it goes down to long leg. There is no run. 3 slips in the gully and a short leg in place there were for the right-hander. Let's see his field to the left-hander. I thought Jofra Archer bowled better than his figures suggested in the 3rd Test match at Old Trafford against the West Indies.
Yeah, I think you're right. Bowled without much luck, didn't he? But certainly bowled well. His pace was up. I think that's a lot of people always judge Jofra initially on whether his pace is up. Fantastic hairdo for this series. That's He's obviously been to the barbers between the third West Indies test and this one.
As he's in, saying over the wicket to Shah Masood, makes him play immediately. Shan Masood does well though, off the back foot, pushes the quick single into the offside, recognising that there was a gap, and they come through for 1. So I've liked this approach from Pakistan, taking the singles wherever they are on offer, even off the back foot.
Yeah, it's a decent start by Pakistan here because they've done their homework. It looks like they really have thought about how they're gonna approach this series. So it does augur well. A lot of cricket obviously left to play in the series, but first blow to Pakistan, 34 for no wicket.
Yeah, an hour into the Test series, 34 for no loss. You're listening to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of Pakistan's tour of England's hotel rooms in partnership with Hot Mic. Back over the wicket, too wide outside of stump. Good carry through to just Buttler, but far too wide for Abid Ali to be playing at. There is no run.
So what do you know about Abid Ali then, Knuckle? Because it took him a while to make a Test match debut, didn't it? Because he's no youngster.
Yeah,
first class experience.
Yes, like a lot of these Pakistan players in this team, I think Yasir Shah had a 10-year first class career before he made his Test debut back in 2014. And Mohammad Abbas had 3 or 4, 5 years actually of first class cricket before he debuted and had to take truckloads of wickets to get a go. Archer in that side off stump, a little bit closer to off stump this time, but still too wide for Abid to play it. Just Buttler for some reason drops it. There is no run. And yeah, Abid Ali's waited for his chance. He knows his first class game well through those years in first class cricket, and got his chance when Imam-ul-Haq was left out of the team, and started with 200s in his first 2 Test matches. I think one of the very few, possibly the only, not the only, because Mohammad Azhar did, I think started with 3, but one of the very few players to start with 200s in their first 2 Test matches. And looks a good player from what little I've seen of him. This has certainly been the longest I've watched him for in one go. Good bouncer from Archer, well evaded though by Abid Ali, swaying inside the line and ducking to his knees, and falls on the floor, but doesn't matter. He got back and body out the way of it. Well played, well bowled.
Very well directed by Jofra. It really did take off, and a bit of good evasive action, you have to say, from Abid. He just sort of got his bat out of the way and ducked underneath it, and ended up on his arse.
Yeah, but kept his eye on the ball the whole way through. Well played, Abid Ali. A little bit shorter, as Hendo was saying earlier, than some, certainly than Shah Masood is quite tall at the other end, so it's easier to play the bouncer. This one trampolines from outside off stump. Buttler takes a full-ish delivery at head height, and there is no run. End of a probing over from Jofra Archer, a little bit too wide on occasions. 2 off it, Pakistan 34 for no loss. Looks like that shower has stayed away for now, so we're going to have liquid of a different kind, drinks break.
Guys joined us on Quick Tracker. I'll just say hello to Usman Sheikh, Arshid Ghani, Zakir Ahmad, Yama Arab, Raja King, Atif Ali, Mohammed Saif Mahar, Gulumdin Patana, and Bali Saab. Thanks for joining us, guys. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Send through your predictions for the series and what you think about today's play.
We always get a lot of love on Quick Tracker from our friends in Pakistan, and we're loving that. Really are. A few friends with us on Hot Mic as well. Richard Davidson says, "Morning, guys. Looking forward to another cracking series." John Corbett says hello from the Philippines. Warren says, "Morning all," and then later says, "Oh, I always expect Rory Burns to pull a rabbit from his cap."
Twitter's just taken off. It was apparently Michael Vaughan's family blocked Mog. Jay Grover says, "Right, I'm off to the shop. Anyone want out? Apart from Jono, because his family probably owns Tesco." Just because Nestlers and I kind of, saw the 2 turtles on the black market, as we were discussing yesterday. David says, "I was blocked by TMS by advertising your coverage to their listeners every time they promoted their broadcasting schedule."
Oh, good man. Keep going.
I think it was a public service on my behalf. Still blocked by Vaughan and Agnew.
Yeah, you've done fine work there, Dave. I am also blocked by Michael Vaughan, even though I've never tweeted him.
No, I think it's a sort of passage of age or whatever. What do you call it?
Rite of passage.
The phrase I'm looking for.
Rite of passage.
Rite of passage to be blocked by Agnew. A lot of friends of mine have been blocked by Aggers, by pointing out 1 or 2 home shows. I remember Aggers once saying that he didn't have time to watch any county cricket. My friend suggested that he might perhaps ditch the equestrian coverage and that would free up a bit more time. And he didn't like that observation. And so if there were 8 days in a week.
Very good first morning for first hour run for Pakistan. You join us at Drinks in the session of the first Test match. Pakistan won the toss and elected to bat. They've gone in, by the way, with the two leg spinners, Shadab Khan and Yasir Shah. So they're the shots with Abid Ali. Azhar, the captain at 3. Babar Azam, who's been magnificent the last couple of years at 4. Asad Shafiq at 5. Mohammad Rizwan, the keeper, and who's replaced Sarfraz Ahmed with good success. Shadab Khan, Yasir Shah, and then that fantastic three-pronged pace attack of the accurate and nagging Mohammad Abbas, the tall left armour Shaheen Shah Afridi, and the young tearaway Naseem Shah, the youngest man by about 4 years to take a Test hat-trick. England are unchanged from the third Test against the West Indies, with Stokes unable to bowl, so it's no way in for Zach Crawley. But Pakistan won the toss and elected to bat and are 34 for no loss after 14 overs. The ball's been doing a bit, mostly off the seam, a little bit in the air, but Pakistan have survived.
You see, talking of Zach Crawley, did you hear the interview on Radio 5 Live? The guy asked Zach Crawley about his father, John Crawley. Not only did they pick the wrong player to interview, he's not playing, they couldn't get their facts right there.
No relation, from very different parts of the world.
Very different women.
Can't speak for that, but presumably. Woakes continuing after the drinks break from the James Anderson end, right arm over the wicket to the tall left-hander Shah Masood, who blocks this into the onside, takes a quick single up to Broad at wideish, straightish mid-on, but Broad can't pick the ball up cleanly, and they manage to make the single. Good positive play from Pakistan without any real big shots, the odd booming attempted drive from Abid Ali notwithstanding.
Yeah, that was nice. Again, it's been a feature of the morning, the running between the wickets, and again, these two seem to have developed a decent understanding, and it was Stuart Broad who was caught a little bit back-footed there and slightly fumbled the ball. But yeah, good running between Shan and Abid.
Barry Goodman says hopefully Jofra had permission to stop off at the Barbers.
Well, they all went home, didn't they? In permitted manner between tests. Back of the length from Chris Woakes, rising on Abid Ali, plays it well though and drops it into the onside. They take a quick single.
Grubby says Abidal ejected, unable to be bid for, not for bribing, unimpeachable.
No, very good. Or indeed pertaining to a former Barcelona centre-back / left-back.
Steve Shipcott says, do I get extra points for blocking ball before he blocked me?
To be honest, you could have just waited. Also been blocked by Dean Jones, even though I've never tweeted him, which is a little bit weird. Third ball of the over from Chris Woakes, 15th of the innings, solidly defended by Shah Masood, with a little bit of the back leg coming around. We talk about Yunus Khan, maybe that's a little bit of Yunus Khan's influence on there. Yunus Khan was always a big fan of bringing the back leg out to the offside when playing the forward defensive. So much so it looked like he was taking the piss on occasion.
Yeah, Misbah, the coach, of course, he was the head of the selection panel for the position of coach and chose himself.
I don't think that's right. He's chief selector and head coach. I don't think he chose himself for both roles, but he was appointed to both roles when Mickey Arthur and Imam stepped down.
I think he was on the panel.
Full outside off stump and Shan defends to back a point. There is no run.
I think he was on the panel that chose the coach.
Interesting. Well, I might talk to our pal. We're talking to a man who's been on Guerrilla Cricket before and is ever entertaining, Dr. Kashif Ansari, all the way from Houston, Texas. We'll be talking to him at lunch. Dave and Hendo will be conducting that interview.
Well, yeah, he's a great expert on Pakistan cricket, does a lot of analysis and very close to the team.
Woakes in outside of stump, left alone through to the keeper, there is no run.
Also the surgeon to looked after Shahid Afridi's father, very close to Shahid Afridi and all those boys, and he's been the surgeon that sort of saved his father's life, I think, for a while. So quite talented.
Yeah, that's right. And will presumably be happy that Mickey Arthur is no longer Pakistan coach, given past history, which those of you who listened to us during the Asia Cup 2018 will be aware of. Woakes in, last ball of the over. Good delivery, foolish delivery, swinging in. Shah Masood defends again with that back leg coming round as an extra line of defence. Back to the bowler there is no run. One run off the over. Pakistan 36 for no loss.
Leah Wicketwick says, Abbas has been banned from Twitter since that Jonathan Liu disaster.
Ah, yes, we all know about that. Yes, Jonathan Liu calling him.
Well, not calling him, and then Abbas jumping to conclusions.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he didn't actually say specifically. You're absolutely right there. Yeah.
Cloudy skies at Manchester, but that brief shower that we had passed through, and play has been uninterrupted this morning. 36 for non-Pakistan after 15 overs. Archer and Woakes now in tandem. Ben Stokes will not bowl in this innings. We understand he's not really fit to do so, but Bess presumably will actually get a bowl in this Test match. Archer into Abid, 3 slips and a gully, backward point mid-off, quite straight and quite wide, mid-on. Bowled him! Never mind the fielders when you can do that. A little bit of seam movement from Jofra Archer at pace, back into Abid, a little bit loose with the drive. Off stump is disturbed. Abid gone for 16, Pakistan 36 for 1. Archer.
Yeah, Jofra Archer showing again that he's so much more than just about how quickly he bowls. He really, he swings the ball, moves the ball around, and all the attention on the speed gun. Certainly, sometimes you lose the fact that Jofra's a very skillful bowler, and he showed it there. A decent amount of movement, and great wicket for him. It sets him up nicely for the rest of this series.
Certainly does, yeah. And his seam position's immaculate, Jofra Archer, and on that occasion. Jono, Abid again a little bit loose with the hands, but I think I'm more willing to put that down to good bowling than poor batting.
Yeah, I think that, the wicket's just done a bit this morning, hasn't it? I think Pakistan, as we were saying earlier, would be very happy to have gotten into this position. I think England would have expected to have made a breakthrough before now, but will now be looking to probably take at least 1, maybe 2 more before the lunch break. I'd say probably honours even, maybe Pakistan slightly happier of the 2 at the minute, but Jofra's, his pace seems to be up, so I think it's his length. Obviously, Woakes is bowling well this morning, so if we can pick up another couple before lunch, then you'd say it probably swings back in England's favour slightly.
We're into a very solid and skillful Pakistan middle order, and at 3 it's the captain. The experienced Azhar, 10 years in international cricket for Pakistan, now captain with the removal late last year of Sarfraz Ahmed, has a Test triple 100, averages 42. Not had a great couple of years, Azhar, but back down at 3, he's doing better than he was when he was pushed up to open through parts of 2017 and 2018. Short ball outside of stump to the Pakistan captain from Azhar, who ducks and lets it go through to Buttler. There is no run. We've seen that Archer pushed Abid back, and then bowled the one that little bit fuller. Abid wasn't, his weight wasn't into the stroke, so the inside edge was taken and onto pad and onto off stump. Good, smart, fast bowling by Jofra Archer.
When the wicket-taking ball did swing in quite nicely.
Yeah, and then came in sharply off the seam. Full delivery to Azhar, who defends this comfortably up to Broad at mid-off. There is no run. Of course, he's got some county experience. Azhar did very well for Somerset in 2018 after a poor tour of England in Test cricket.
Yeah, he was a good signing by Somerset. Done well with the Pakistan players, what with Babar Azam there as well. So that experience of English conditions, it's going to help him, isn't it? Should help Azhar Ali.
Certainly. Azhar Ali, this is his 4th tour of England now. Slightly jaunty leave from Azhar Ali. Not really sure he needed to be quite as dramatic as that, but he leaves through to the keeper. There is no run. Did okay in 2010 on a tour that was a real struggle for Pakistan and ended in ignominy. Did very well in 2016, not well at all as an opener in 2018. What a leader on this 4th tour. Got Babar Azam, the highest Test average in the world of anyone who's batted more than 5 times since the start of 2018. He's only played 1 innings in England, so we can't really read too much into that. Asad Shafiq, who I think is a hugely underrated player at number 5, but we'll have to wait for all that because 4 balls into Jofra Archer's 2nd over, the showers have come, and for at least a little while, rain has stopped play. cricket with Pakistan 36 for 1 after 15.4 overs. A wicket falling just a couple of balls before the rain delay will make England feel a hell of a lot better about this morning's work, having seen Pakistan win the toss and elect to bat first.
Just going back to a few of the Michael Vaughan-esque tweets, Mug saying, it wasn't for me, I've been abusing him for a while and I was starting to feel offended at the lack of response. Even Piers Morgan knocked me off quicker than that. Leo with the Woakes blocked me for referencing his conviction for a violent crime he committed. Jay Grover, in reference to the doctor, says, "Oh, mint, the doctor, the man's madder than a barrel of backed up monkeys, love him."
Yeah, he was particularly exercised about Mickey Arthur, but also he'll be pleased that Sarfraz isn't captain anymore, and of course Sarfraz hasn't made the team, he's just reserve keeper on this tour. Yeah, the doctor was, when he was with us last for the, I think it was during the Ireland match, was it?
It's during the Asia Cup in 2018.
Asia Cup, yeah, he was very down on both Mickey Arthur and Sarfraz, so that combo is no longer running Pakistan cricket, so he should be in a better mood.
Yeah, so much so that Dr. Kashif Ansari and threatened and possibly even tried to get together with a bunch of other wealthy Pakistani doctors in the US and the UAE and buy Mickey Arthur out of his contract. I'm not sure that offer actually went anywhere, but such was the strength of feeling.
And Peter Lloyd says, sounds like Misbah has been a bit Dick Cheney, who was put in charge of selecting the VP for George W. Bush and selected Dick Cheney.
Yeah, looked around for the best possible candidate, selected himself.
And Grubby sent a brilliant photo of Stuart Broad doing his best on a little teapot impression, which you can see on our Twitter feed. Up to date on tweets.
Yeah, we hope that this rain delay is not too serious. There's only the main cover is on the pitch, so we expect this to be just a short, sharp shower. There's been that strong cross breeze blowing across Old Trafford, so we expect this to blow through pretty quickly. We're supposed to be having a change in a few minutes with Tony, Fred, and Dave on Ball by Ball and Bear on Jingles. We'll just wibble for a few minutes and have that change maybe when players look to be coming back out. Sorry.
Bob Mangold has been on, great fun of ours from Quick Track. Good morning, guys, doing a great job watching from Brooklyn, New York. Beautiful day. I presume it can only mean it's a beautiful day in New York, which is certainly not in Manchester.
No, they were a lovely day here in southeast London.
Beautiful down there, yeah.
But yeah, we
haven't played the test at Sydenham.
No, very much. No, we're not too far from Beckenham, which is a county ground, not a test ground, of course. But yeah, we expect this to blow through quickly, and we should have most of the day's play in with the extra time that we're allowed today.
Yeah, it certainly could have accommodated the crowd at Beckenham, but it lacks a Trust House Forte hotel overlooking the ground. That's what we need these days. So don't open up for Derbyshire. Derbyshire might be in line for an international. Well, they played the cards right, and Worcestershire.
Well, Derbyshire is going to be the base for England women when South Africa will then tour later this in September.
I mean, Derbyshire could never have been closer to hosting an international match than now, and Worcester too. Surely there's only a limit to how many games you can play at two grounds, Old Trafford and the GS Park.
Actually, I'm not sure whether Derbyshire or Worcester have ever hosted a men's international game. Maybe during the '99 World Cup, one of them did. But yes, there will be lots of women's international cricket at Derbyshire later this at the tail end of the England summer.
All these counties that put up conference centres and retirement flats must be kicking themselves now, wishing they'd stuck up a 4-star.
Wasn't there a question? I remember, when we did our kind of Zoom quizzes between us all, I remember someone asked a question about, I think it was the '99 World Cup, and saying there was only one ground I think wasn't used, and weirdly, the answer was Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. I can't remember if it was '99. But that's worth checking out. But I've definitely heard that, and I was surprised at the answer.
But it's certainly made up for lost time on Sophia Gardens or whatever it's called now. We seem to get a lot more games than
yes.
And was that incident about the refund having? What was that incident about the ECB having to pay them a lot of money for not giving them a a game or something. Do you remember that, Knuckle?
I think that was right. I think that might have been after, because the ECB had this slightly short-sighted policy of counties bidding for games.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of money had been put into something similar to what happened to Durham, I think, and Headingley actually. Putting a lot of money into being able to bid for games and then falling short of and then not getting a game and then having to recoup that money somehow. To be honest, I don't really mind the ECB helping out counties in that way, particularly. In all honesty. But the '99 World Cup had some games certainly in the Netherlands and possibly in Scotland as well. So there was more countries to go around.
Yeah,
Tony Bishop,
obviously, always a good day out. Sorry, Johnny.
Tony Bishop, Gorilla Legend, says rain 5 minutes before my commentary session. Well, there would be, wouldn't there? And then Jay's been back on. I do love that the Doctor abused Mickey Arthur for not living in Pakistan from Texas. Before following that with lovely in Sheffield and all, something's wrong. Well, I might have guessed by his abuse of me for being a Lancastrian that he must be a Yorkshireman or something living in Yorkshire. You can't have everything, can you, Jay? Someone has to live there, I guess.
Sheffield's a nice place.
Sheffield, yeah, but it's still in Yorkshire.
I was born and mostly brought up in Yorkshire, different bit of Yorkshire, but there's a lot of lovely countryside to go around in England.
Yeah, most of the lovely countryside around Sheffield is actually Derbyshire.
I've just been pushing the case for Derbyshire as a test match venue, not Fred, because on the ground of their Trust House Forte establishment.
I've got a soft spot for Derbyshire as a county, if only because they've just, 150 years of basic haplessness. But I'm not sure that hotel is quite up to the standards of international sportsmen.
England and South Africa women, as I say, will be there through most of September. A month in a travel lodge in Derby.
Yeah, Pakistan versus New Zealand was played at Derby in the 1999 World Cup. And I'm pretty sure Sapphire Gardens was used, actually, in the 1999 World Cup as well. So, whoever... I've got a list up now. They played at Edgbaston, Bristol, Canterbury, Chelmsford, Chester Street, Derby, Hove, Leeds, Leicester, Lords, the Oval, Old Trafford, Northampton, Nottingham, Southampton, Taunton and Worcester. I'm sure you're missing out.
That doesn't leave many of the grounds from the 2019 World Cup left.
15, 16, 17. So you're right, there's one missing. Irish have done Essex. Oh no, Glamorgan. Yeah, they did play in Netherlands, in Cardiff, in Dublin, and the Grange in Scotland. So all the counties had at least one game.
Oh, well, that rain break was indeed short and sharp, so the players are back out there. Tony is supposed to be coming onto ball by ball right now. Let's just keep going while he's while he joins us. So maybe we'll do the change at the end of the over, in fact, with 2 balls left to bowl Abid, with Azhar on naught, facing up to Archer, who dismissed Abid Ali with a good full delivery, which Abid Ali tried to drive at, but wasn't in position to do so. Inside edge onto pad, onto off stump, just 3 balls ago. As Archer comes in, 5th ball of this slightly interrupted over. Back of a length, and Azhar Ali forces this off the outside edge into the gully region. They do not come through for a single.
Dave Ambrose says, a month in a travel lodge in Derby sounds very Alan Partridge.
Yes.
The Linton Travel Tavern is his accommodation of choice.
Or of duress, certainly. Last ball of Archer's second over, the successful second over, the 16th of the innings. Archer's in, short ball, Azhar Ali ducks under it, through to the keeper it goes. There is no run at Pakistan, 36 for 1 after 16.
Yeah, he gamed the system very well, Alan Partridge, because at the all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet they only gave 9-inch plates, but he bought his own 12-inch plate, which, so, he knew what he was doing. Grabby says there are Native American tribes who censor Tony Bishop rather than doing that rain dance thing. He's far more effective. Mike Nealwood says, we did have 99 World Cup games here in the Netherlands at the lovely VRA ground in Amstelveen. But annoyingly, we would also have had ODIs there against this touring Pakistan team were it not for the unpleasantness.
Yeah, well, England are supposed to be playing the Netherlands in a 3-match one-day international series as part of the World Cup Super League next year in the Netherlands. But all attention here at Old Trafford, I hand over to Tony Fisher.
All attention here at is on Chris Woakes, who's in and bowling to Shahn's forward. Nicely pushes that down through mid-off, and Hiawatha, aka Chris Broad, goes galloping after it in a rather ninja style headband with his hair pushed back. No wicket this morning. It took Jofra Archer to get through the gate finally, and did it. England is, I recall you saying that, Paul, you feel an awful lot better about the morning. They bowled well, tightly enough, but without success until Archer found that moment of magic. Woakes is over the wicket to a left-handed Shah, and forward he comes. Does Shan? Actually, it says Shan, as in Shan Masood, of course. Shan Masood Khan.
Well, Shan is a Welsh female name, isn't it? Probably.
Well, I spelled S-I-A, I-A-N, though. Whereas this, of course, is Shan Masood Khan. I don't know about you, Fred and David. I'm excited about seeing this Pakistan attack. Obviously, they're rich in batting talent. I'm looking forward to seeing Babar Azam very much, as this one's left alone outside of the off stump by Shah Masood Khan, and there is no run. But that trio of fast bowlers is as exciting as anything, I think, in the last decade or so for them, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. And but they've gone in with 2 leg spinners, haven't they, into this team? Could have had, been tempted to have picked, could have gone in with 4 of them. Do you remember last time they were here, they left out Mohammad Abbas, didn't they, till right at the end?
They did, as Woakes is in, and the bat is dropped on this by Shah, and away into the onside. There's no run.
And in the end, he didn't make that much of an impact. So it'd be interesting to see, because his record in county cricket was phenomenal, wasn't it? And it'd be interesting to see on this tour how well Mohammad Abbas does against the youngsters, the rookies.
Yeah, well, again, he's had good county cricket experience with Leicestershire. In fact, he was taking plenty of wickets for Leicestershire when Leicestershire generally weren't taking many wickets. As this one's left alone nicely by Shan, as just Buttler sort of diving away and diving and rolling to his right. So he made a bit of a production number of that, but it was effective enough in the end. In fact, it swung very late, didn't it, David?
Well, you know, he does move the ball around, Woakesy.
He does. He could have done with it swinging a tad earlier, though, I would have thought on that occasion. He has 1 ball left of his 4th over. 38 for 1. It was all going pretty well for Pakistan until the intervention, of course, of a man from Sussex, who is Jofra Archer. Woakes is going to be in, right arm over, ball good, full on a length, and worked away to leg by Shan, who will help himself to the strike.
Yeah, we don't see so much of him at Sussex these days, not unless he's popping back to see his girlfriend. Because he's on, if it's been a normal season, he'd be playing now for the Hampshire Southern Vipers, Hurricane Volcanoes or whatever, so he wouldn't be playing for Sussex anyway.
No, sadly that, of course, is the case.
Would that be the £250 million trip to visit his girlfriend in Brighton? Or how much the England management claimed it could have cost?
Fred, get Hove, actually.
Hove. Yeah. Oh, Hove is very genteel.
Up the seafront.
Very genteel.
Brighton. Very different part of town. I've been at Hove, David, when the old sea mist has rolled in and literally it stopped play. I seem to remember that against Middlesex one year. I don't know if you were there as well, Fred. And literally, the players had to go off because you couldn't see the stumps from the edge of the pitch because it was so.
What about that Middlesex win, guys?
Well, hang on a second. As Jofra Archer is in, edged. Has he got an edge? No, he hasn't. It just evaded the edge. It was a tentative old prod outside of his off stump. But Archer will chalk that one up as a moral success, at least. Yes. Well, we were chatting, or I wasn't chatting, but I was listening to a fair bit of chat. You know, it was a wonderful day yesterday if you were on such a because it's obviously not nice to be sorry. be to do it with a couple of wickets from as he's now called, Shane Robson, was a surprise. What a bowling change, Steve Eskenazi. In comes Archer, and that one is steered between third slip and gully and will probably go all the way for 4 as Knuckle is going to take off. He's waving his arms so much. To his right, I think he was in going with a real shout of getting that. Moves Pakistan on to 43 for 1 through slips. A guy doesn't know at that point. There's a forward short leg, a short extra cover, and a mid wicket that we can see in our sights. As Jofra Archer rolls his shoulders and is in, and that's just pushed straight back down the track to him by Shah Masood, and there is no run. Sorry, yes, we were talking about some terrific cricket yesterday. Goodness me, yes, there was. So not only was there Middlesex winning, which was amazing, but most Middlesex fans will have been punching the air with delight, even though he doesn't play for us anymore, when Paul Sterling got to his 100, I think. So yes, not a bad day to be a Middlesex fan. There haven't been many the last couple of years. As the forward comes Shan pushes this to mid-wicket. Chris Woakes does the fielding. There is no run. 43 for 1.
Now we've been sent by Chantal Pereira the tosses, results of tosses since 2015.
Is this Old Trafford or overall everywhere?
Everywhere.
All right. That's going to be interesting.
And the only one that stands out I can see, Zimbabwe have won 1 out of 13.
There's a fourth slip in. Fourth slip in the gully, as in comes Archer. A little bit of lift. And Shan, who's worked his way comfortably enough onto 22, lets it through to Joss Buttler, and there is no run. So what? Say that again, Fred. What was the
percentage of tosses won? Ireland haven't won any of their team. Zimbabwe 1 of 13. It doesn't help, sometimes tosses are very good to win, and West Indies have won 12 out of 46 and Bangladesh 7 out of 31.
In forward comes Shan. Archer fields off his own bowling.
Oh, no, this is nonsense. This is, okay. Just reset this, ignore the last...
Hold on, Fred, that's for us to say when you're talking.
There, wipe the tape.
We'll be the judge of that, Fred.
Well, I think Fred would argue it's received nonsense. So you need to sub-edit what you're about to tell us, Fred.
Yeah, okay. Talk us through the last 2 minutes, and we'll just slip it into the archive so that nobody knows that's happening. Talking, Jones.
Okay. So now I don't think we're going to let you off the hook quite so easily, Fred, because I think the topic is interesting. What is interesting is that the percentage of calls, and someone will know this. What's the percentage of 1 tosses where a side's been inserted?
It's an interesting topic.
Well, I think it's an interesting topic because it
probability.
You know that
probability theory.
No, the percentage of tosses won where a side has been inserted, because it's the decision to insert that is of interest, not the way that the toss actually went out.
I may have those details.
I sincerely hope so. As in comes Woakes, there's a big shout, and he's given. He's absolutely given, and is reviewed immediately by Azhar, the Pakistan captain.
Shades of the West Indies series there with Azhar being caught while they're back on the crease.
The Bears.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Didn't get that far forward, did he?
He didn't get that far forward. It pitched just outside off. I don't think there's any question of any bat at all. Height, possibly, but it does hit in under the row. His bat, in fact, is sort of partially tucked behind his knees. His impression is attempting a shot. What's your decision, Fred?
He's out.
Yeah, looks good.
He's out. Actually, as I asked that question, the information came up on screen. So well done, Fred, for getting that right. With the information right in front of you.
Not a great review.
It wasn't. It looked plumb to me, and I think to all of us.
Woakes is on a roll after good bowling in the last one.
Yep. Yeah, it was a very confident shout. I know, Fred, you always say that you don't often hear about medium-sized or quiet appeals. It's always a big issue.
No, wait. No,
it's only watching our dice cricket
big
game.
appeal.
A big appeal, yes.
Well, Curran has sent us a list, a database, sort of since 2015, winning the toss and batting first. And match this one. Oh, this is all too complicated.
Well, just while you think of try and figure that out, Azhar thought he had hit that, but what he felt was his own bat hitting the pad, and that was the reason for that review. So nothing for Jimmy and Broad this morning, but wickets apiece.
Yeah, they won't worry too much about that. I mean,
and Chris Woakes.
The fact that the captain's gone back for a naught, I mean, I think it does make a difference if the captain scores runs. It's good for the team. You know, Azhar Ali going back for no score there. I mean, it's that's pushed the game in England's favour a lot, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, early wickets in any Test match against any opposition is going to help the bowling side, as in comes Woakes. And that one is through Babar Azam, and how that didn't get something, I have literally no idea. Chris Woakes is sort of doing one of these hands to his mouth looks. It was absolutely squared up Harbour, taken by Buttler. Can't have missed the stumps by much. I mean, literally a naps crotchet. And that was so close to 2 and 2 for Chris Woakes. And I was reading a number of comments in various places that there is concern about. There's a lot of excitement about Babar's ability to score runs, but concern about the deep ball early on. But he's turned that away around the corner. Just Buttler gallops across, long leg comes in. I think Buttler will get there first, but it will get, unless it was a leg by, which I think it may have been.
The point I was making, Tony, was that the skipper's a specialist batsman, and you get the skipper for naught in the first test. That's worth more than a normal wicket.
No, I agree. There's the old.
No, I agree.
No, yes, I agree. The principle of the art of war, isn't it? If you can get the enemy's main general, then a lot can fall apart in the opposing army. As Woakes is in to Shan, who will leave that confidently and correctly enough through to Jos Buttler. Run rate just 2.36. I don't know Pakistan will be worried about that in this early stage of the game. That ball was striking middle stump, probably 2/3 of the way up. And from the second he wheeled round with both arms in the air, and he's as honest as the day is long, isn't he? He's Woakes.
I don't know. I've never lent him a tenner.
As this one swings in a little bit to Shan Masood and just drops the bat on it away into the leg side. There's no run. 44 for 2.
Are there any circumstances in which you would lend him a tenner, Fred?
Well, I was about to ask.
He does have the presumption of honesty, to be fair. So,
No, his honesty is beyond question. But your ability to lend him money, or
if you just stuck outside the ground, with no money for a cab, I'd probably advance him a tenner.
I think I'd worry more if I borrowed money with Fred about how he might reclaim the debt if you defaulted in any capacity.
Just pay up, mate, and then you won't have to worry about it.
Well, that's true. 3 slips. Go down and Shah plays that nicely again. Just Woakes fields off his own bowling.
Have you ever had to get
completed the over? I'm sorry, David.
Well, I was going to ask Fred if he's ever had to get heavy with someone who hasn't paid him back.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I think you know that very well.
Now, on that thought, do you want to read some social media messages to see who's loving you today, Fred?
I suppose I could. I'm giving up on the tosses and winning games and various other things because I can't quite make head or tail of the tables.
I like the pun there, Fred. I can't make head or tail of the toss.
Yes, very good.
You didn't know you were doing it.
Mog is, with heavy understatement, starting to doubt my professionalism. Which is...
sorry, Fred, he's in. And forward comes Robert. 44 for 2. Barber not off the market. It was Bess who was at drinking his back behind there. So Masood is on 22. Barber, who's facing, is on 1 to stay on because he just squarely tucks in behind that. Archer is into field of his own bowling.
Yeah, having a pint of Bess. Jay Grover says, "Oh, blimey, just got back. What have I missed? I could hear shouting." That was just the wicket having a go at me. And there was a wicket, yeah.
Well, it's meant to, when were you, did you see the first wicket? You may have missed 2 wickets. We don't know.
I don't think we want to intrude too far on Jay Grover.
There's Archer's in. Big, high, batted, whirly wind on leave. So again, no run. Archer 1 for 6 off 3. He started here with greater success, dare I say, a degree of menace than in the previous 2 tests against the West Indies.
I think he's going to play the most dangerous performance.
Yeah, no, I'm with you from what we've seen, which is to be fair, actually, so far. Still to get off the mark, and he's short. It was short, and Mohammad kind of leapt backwards to get the ball through, but it was definitely on its way down by the time it came into the gloves. So just, I'm sure there was a huge amount of lifted carry on this rookie Abid.
There's more lifted carry than we saw from the previous 2 test matches here. Just in terms of that was my perception from the first hour.
Very short first hour. Very much so. We're getting some information from the Jofra just getting some sound down on his footmarks. It says, receiving that being reached now. Because I just don't think if I could forgot a message like this from there, but it says, since the start of 2018, no one who's batted 5 or more times in American Test cricket, Smith, Crawley, Mohammad, Shah, averages more than Babar, Azam, 65.52. Only Crawley has more than his 100s, and only Fruit has crossed 50 more times than his 14 times. All of which is true, but he's yet to get off the mark here, and he won't get off the mark this time either. But he will play silky enough, correctly, defensively, to drop forward out to his feet.
Yeah, I think that's best surprise of him being, because otherwise you think of him first and foremost as a white ball player generally, and his test record just has been pretty good.
I think the average is struggling with that sort of one in the countries play very differently.
In comes Archer again. He's correct, big, high elbow. Back to the wall at the end of the over. And any social messages for him?
Yeah, I'm just finishing the point. The 150s and 100s, I mean, it doesn't tell us from all that much. Jay Grover says Tony's references didn't interfere.
Ones you have to watch. Well, Tony, are you a quiet one? Is that
The quiet one. It was a film.
well, sometimes you go quiet for,
Was it a film with John Wayne? Am I right? Or was that the Quiet? That was the Quiet Man, wasn't it? The Quiet Man. I know it was set in Ireland. It's a very un-Western film from my.
Is it the biography of Gary Naylor?
This is left alone by Shah Masood through to Buttler and the bowling of the now successful Chris Woakes. And
The
there's no
Quiet
run.
Man, the Ed Benson story.
I hope, Ed, if you're listening, say hello. We will hear you wherever you are.
Yeah. You don't need to type it in, just open the window.
Just open a window and say hello. Can you imagine him in court, Ed Benson? I reckon they must give the jury and the sort of the councils and the judge sort of ear pads just to tone down a bit. In comes Woakes again, left alone outside of off stump. It wasn't the best ball actually. It was wide and eminently leavable, which it duly was.
We should point out, before we get to that Ed Benson is actually a
Chris, 48-4-2. Fred.
In the light of the last series, or rather forthcoming series between the West Indies being called the Ian Open Viv Richards Trophy, I was suggesting that
might be a good name for the Fair Play Award at the end of the series.
It might. Hold on, who was the umpire? No, we've missed out Darryl Hare. Surely it should be Darryl Hare, Shakarana.
He's Australian.
He wasn't English, was he? So
we still had the same controversy surrounding his umpiring of that Test match.
Jofra Archer is back into the attack.
Darryl Hare banned Pakistan from playing.
But he did.
He awarded the game for the opposition in a way that Shakarana was alleged to be biased towards Pakistan.
All correct. There was no run there, by the way. 48-4-2. Just towards the end of the first 40 minutes of play, it all seemed to be going well for Pakistan, but then Archer struck. Forward comes Babar Azam, away into the offside, no run. Then Woakes got the one to take Azhar Ali's pad. He reviewed fruitlessly because it looked pretty plumb to all of us and proved to be so. And suddenly Pakistan are 2 wickets down. If they stayed 2 wickets down at lunch, which is in... Or would there be an extra time?
No.
Chaps, just they weren't off long enough, I guess.
No, but you wouldn't.
Archer's going to be in. Down leg. Little flick at it by Barber, who's probably just feeling a bit twitchy. 11 balls yet to get off the mark. England will want to keep it that way for as long as possible, try and ratchet up some pressure on him. 48-2, we're in the 22nd, halfway through the 22nd over.
Pakistan did start off, Tony, yeah, you're right, they did start off well, as if they'd learned from the West Indies series by batting first, by leaving the ball. They'd obviously spent a lot of time watching TV at the Derbyshire Holiday Inn. Not much else to do, maybe.
There's 3 slips as Archer comes forward. Yeah, I've never stayed. I always stay in. I do stay in the Holiday Inn.
Can you imagine the Pakistan check into the Derbyshire Holiday Inn and they haven't got Sky Sports?
Well, hang on a moment. The Holiday Inn in Derbyshire is a very nice hotel, but it's not the Holiday Inn that's on the ground.
The Premier.
It's the Travelodge or a Premier that's on the ground. No. Which, no disrespect to them at all. It's a fine chain of hotels. It isn't quite the Hilton at Southampton or the slightly lower Hilton Garden, but nonetheless very pleasant as in comes Archer. Left alone outside of off stump, the Hilton Garden in at Old Trafford.
What I'm getting at is, would the Pakistan players have been able to relax watching the series from their bedroom?
Well, yeah, I think they've discovered things. I know it's a Travelodge, but I think they do have TVs, the internet, soft beds, all those kind of things are still available in a Travelodge.
ATV Sport in a Travelodge? I don't think so, Tony.
Well,
it's not free to air anymore.
That's very true. And if any man knows about that, it's you. As this one is again defended by Bob, who thought about wanting a quick single, which does suggest he's getting a little skittish and keen to get on the scoreboard. But it's the end of the over, and there was no run, so it's a maiden and Fred.
Indeed, David does know about free-to-air television, and he'll be leading us for some racing shortly. Jay Grover says that when he went out, he was just going to buy some cheesy Wotsits and some beer. Believe that if you will. We've got a nice tweet from Sanjay Patel here, who says, I listened to Guerrilla Cricket because 2 years ago I reviewed Ed Benson's application for a pupillage in Chambers, and I couldn't think of a better hobby for a barrister to have than part-time cricket raconteur.
It's a really interesting idea.
It's a very interesting idea.
I could tell you, I don't know if he still works for you or whether you gave him a reference. He's a delightful young chap and always excellent company. As this one is full and strikes Shan Masood on the pad, a little high and going down the left-hander's leg side, I suspect, but a decent delivery.
We should probably not say too much about him in case that application is still pending. Probably the less, let's say that, if we're recommending him, that might not be the best thing.
Well, if the lawyers are on an hourly rate for reviewing it, I suspect it could well be. 48-2. Woakes headband. His Alice band rather than the full ninja look for him, and that was a huge shout. That one was a big shout, Fred, because literally everybody went up. And not given now. The camera is focused squarely on Captain Joe Root. The timer ticking down.
It may have been
that
touching
closing
outside leg
of Batman as he's dangling above a pot of boiling something or other. But no, not going to be reviewed.
Yeah, pitched well outside leg.
Pitched outside leg, possibly height. Although he was well back in his crease, wasn't he? Woakes was giving it the full decibelage.
So much for Woakes' honesty. Oh,
well, when you say that, it pitched outside leg, but enough of the ball was on the shaded area of not outside leg that you'd be hard pressed as a bowler to know that the outside leg. Woakes in again. Forward comes Shah and Masood Khan, and it's away to the offside. There's no run. 84 miles an hour.
It's interesting that Pakistan would have worried about facing Gordon Anderson with a new ball this morning, and they were, they did trouble for the batsmen, but it's been the change bowlers and England's strengthening depth in their seam bowling and fast bowling, which is just means it's relentless for the batsman. There's no time when you could really switch off and think you're going to cash in here, because it's just coming at you all the time.
Very true, very true. Woakes in again, flicked off his legs, but flicked straight to mid-on, and there's no run. 2 balls left of this Woakes over. It's a searching, probing spell from him, just as it has been from Jofra Archer. Just as it was, to be fair, by both Broad and Anderson, who bowled well without luck, I suppose. But the wickets have now come for England. 48 for 2, Pakistan. As in comes Woakes, up onto his toes goes Shan, drops this down. Archer comes in from point, rolls it along the ground, doesn't hit the stumps, and I think the batsman would have been safe anyway. Just to remind you, there are 7 minutes till the GPL ends. That's 7 minutes till the GPL ends. We've had 11 entries so far, so plenty of time, 7 minutes, to get in if you want to. Now ticking down to 6 minutes. You don't need to send me a 1 minute reminder for every minute towards 1 o'clock. But nonetheless, we were about 40 quid now, so we must be on about close to 50, am I right? Signal to me or send me a message so I know. As Woakes is in, last ball of his over. A little bit edgy away into the offside. They do take a quick single. Babar Azam is off the mark. Not in the most convincing of manner, but the scorebook won't tell you that. It will just tell you he has one to his name. He'll kept the strike, and Pakistan have brought their 50 up as well. So they are 50 for 2. And we probably have 1, maybe 2 before lunch, do you think, David?
No idea. I guess they'll get 2 overs in. I haven't checked me.
1 from Bess, do you think? Probably.
Yeah, it could be the old let's give the spinner a quick whirl just to make sure we get another one from the pace bowler. Yeah,
get him in the game. He didn't get a bowl in the last game.
Shame Sam Robson isn't playing.
Shane, or as we Shane Robson, as we now call him, as Archer's in, and that one, he has to hurry again, does Babar Azam. Man forward short leg does the fielding. It'll be Ollie Pope who seems to have made that position his own.
Jake Grover wants
to be the most junior member of the side. Sorry, Craig.
If there are 3 reviews in this test match, there are 3 reviews. And Dave Wood spots something here. He says, the moment you mention Ed Benson, there's a huge shout. Coincidence?
No, possibly not. 3 slips and a gully. The right-handed Babar Azam. Jofra Archer's in. Fuller this time, driven straight to cover, and no run.
But the first half volley we've seen today.
It was, and he didn't really get after it, did he? In fact, if anything, he was also chasing it a little bit rather than,
I mean, England have given nothing, have they? They really haven't given anything. It's been very few loose balls.
No, it's, you might argue, probably the perfect bowling for the conditions. I was going to ask you something about that in a minute, actually. Is this one he's driven again straight to cover, 85 miles an hour from Archer. Yes, David, I was going to ask you, who is a man who watches Jofra at Sussex, and obviously in his international career, do you think he's just, this test so far, exerted a little bit of extra control, and he might have just been a little more wayward or perhaps too desperate for wickets in the previous 2 tests?
He's got a lot of weight off his mind now after that the incident between the second and third.
Yeah, that's a good observation. That one is a delightful delivery. Just moves away enough. And Babar, I think we could say he played inside the line. We'll have another look for you. Just did jag away enough, and he played inside the line, but I think because the ball beat him, not because he withdrew the bat on that occasion. 50 for 2, Babar Azam on 1. Shah Masood Khan, he is there on 27, so he's looking to be at that rock. Archer's going to be in again from the Statham end. It's short and it's ducked under by Babar Azam through to Jos Buttler. Another man, Jos Buttler, who will be thinking he's just a little bit more comfortable in his boots and pads now that he's at least got some runs under his belt. I know the debate will run and run and run and run and run and run and run concerning Archer, concerning, I beg your pardon, Jos Buttler, but he is the man in possession and he does have some runs to his name as well. 50 for 2. Archer in again. Worked away down to long leg. They would take a single. They thought about 2. They quite correctly realised that he totally daft. So that doubles Babar Azam's tally. It's the end of the Archer over. 51 for 2, Pakistan. Fred.
Yeah, Joe Grover, another one of the long list of things that Joe Grover's unimpressed with is your reviews of various fine provincial hotels. And he's threatening violence to somebody if you mention such a thing again. Peter Jones says, hello everyone, and hello my sister Hannah. I hope you're feeling better now. I'm not sure if that's us.
Well, provincial hotels, that's a bit harsh, by the way.
Well, they are in the provinces, Derby, Manchester. So, yes, we hope Hannah is feeling better.
Yes.
That brings us up to date with tweets.
Can we have a look at our friends on Cricket Tracker and other platforms, perhaps as we go through this over, as we are likely now to be, I would imagine this may be the last over before lunch, we shall see. Woakes is bowling, has the honour of bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, 3 slips and a gully. Oh, and he beats the outside edge of Babar again. What an absolute perler of a ball that was. Perfect length, jagged away. Babar just fishing away for it. It went through to Buttler, and he's still there, but it was a superb delivery. 51 for 2, Babar on 2. The run rate just a shade over 2 at the moment. As we've said, Pakistan more concerned with keeping the wickets intact than they will be about scoring quick runs just at the moment as Woakes is in. That's not quite such a clever ball. Did they... I'll try and talk you through that. It seemed to be going down leg. It appeared to be like he was looking just to run it down to long leg and somehow ended up squirting it away to backward point. The throw came in. Now the question is, was he sent back? Or did they take a single? Yes, he was sent back. That's what I thought. Ollie Pope saw the funny side of it. Who seems to be a chirpy sort of lad and quite often frequently has a big old smile in his face. So no run. And this one is met fairly squarely. Now, I can sort of see why he played such a weird shot the last ball, because it does seem quite square when he plays those shots, doesn't he? He seems to end up very sort of bat facing forward and rather square onto the wicket. He poor old Babar has got an absolute tangle there. Nothing seemed to be working with other things. All parts of body and bat were moving independently. So Woakes will be encouraged. He's in, and that one's beaten. Babar Azam again. Stokes' arms go up. It's through to Buttler. Joe Root is touching his toes, just I think looking for some way to shake out the frustration of that near miss for England. Again, it was a leg cutter by Woakes and completely beat Babar Azam into those green gloves of Jos Buttler.
The green gloves at home.
Green gloves at home. Well, it is home as this one's left alone. It's sort of home for Buttler now, isn't it? He's still with Lancashire, I think, am I right?
Doesn't play for them, but yeah, he's on their book.
Yeah, I don't think you can blame players for that, though, Fred, these days. I mean, central contracts are central contracts, and there is so much international cricket.
Well, it's true, but if you want him to be successful in Test matches, he does need to play long-form cricket.
No, I don't think anyone will disagree with you on that.
Somebody would, but they'd be long.
They can tweet and let you know. As Woakes turns in his mark, he's going to be in again. That's looking, I think, for a Yorker. It's pretty horrible on leg stump. Full toss on leg stump. It's away through mid-wicket. It will be fielded down there by... Is that Dom Sibley? It will, however, net 3 runs. So Shah Masood is on 27, 53 for 2. This session, 25 overs, 53 runs, 2 wickets have fallen. We've had 13.2 overs, and it is indeed lunch. So 53 for 2. I think we should probably stay on and chat about yesterday's Test cricket, according to the messages I'm getting. David, do you want to take us through the scorecard of the morning?
Oh, that's a good curveball there, Tony.
Oh, sorry.
I'll get this up quickly. Yeah, so it's been a good... Pakistan started off really well this morning and shown that they'd learned from the West Indies series, but then Abid Ali was bowled Archer for 16, and then the skipper Azhar Ali LBW bowled Woakes for no score. So Shan Masood 27 not out, Babar Azam 4 not out. Bowling figures: Jimmy Anderson 5 overs, no wicket for 16. Stuart 6 overs, no wicket for 10. And the wicket takers: Chris Woakes 8 overs, 1 for 14. Jofra Archer 6 overs, 1 for 7. Back to you, Tony. I think you're going to talk about the Bob Willis Trophy, first round of the matches.
Well, not on my own. I think I'm going to be joined by a couple of others, one of which will be Knuckle, and also to Hendo, who's joining us, I'm delighted to say.
You're not very good at reading these sort of back end messages, are you, Tony? You've got it all horribly wrong.
Did I?
It's not Victor who's coming. It's me, and hopefully Dave's going to come back. Dave's gone in search of the good Dr. Ansari, who many of our listeners will remember gives us quite controversial copy, let's put it that way. He, of course, is in Houston and looking after COVID patients as in his day job and probably night job as a surgeon. So we're not sure whether we're going to be able to get hold of him. In the meantime, we're going to talk about the Bob Willis Trophy and what happened in the first round of that. Not Fred Titmus has his finger raised as if he's missing having done any umpiring. Oh, it's the middle finger.
No, I will stay on to talk about it if you like, because it's
okay, you stay.
I've followed.
Yes, indeed. Well, I didn't know anything about. Well, I saw a couple of results come through during the England-Ireland game last night, but I haven't had a chance to really look in depth at what's been going on out there. Except I did notice that Surrey failed dismally and were bowled out for almost nothing yesterday. Did you watch any of that on the live stream?
I watched almost all of it actually yesterday.
Did you?
And you say they were bowled out for almost nothing. They bowled out 123.
That's almost nothing.
But the fact is they weren't trying to do anything except really score nothing.
Oh, really?
If you count the number of dot balls, it was absolutely.
In which case they were very successful.
Yeah. So having realised we lost a couple of early wickets before lunch, I think their chance of a win they felt had gone, and then they really set themselves out to look for the draw. They looked like they might be getting it as well, as a partnership of sorts was building, until the lethal bowling weapon that is Sam Robson was unleashed by new Middlesex captain Steve Eskenazi.
3 overs, 3 maidens, 2
3 overs, 3 maidens, and 2 wickets. I think both of which were in the first over. One.
Well, yeah, he had 2 overs too many. That was the odd thing.
He didn't concede any runs.
It was one of those situations where Surrey looked to be quite comfortable. They had lost 5 wickets, but Clark were backing pretty comfortably, and it was just throw the ball to somebody and see what happens. He got 1 wicket with a half track out, which was hit back to him, and then he got an LBW with, well, it's probably a full toss. He got 2 in 2.
It wasn't the
He got 2 in 2. No.
It wasn't the flipper.
It was good old-fashioned cricket. I have to say the quality of cricket and the games which were competitive for the most part up and down the country, and we had 3 or 4 absolutely terrific games. The Kent-Essex game was fantastic. It was in doubt until very close to the end. Essex won by 2 wickets. That could have gone the other way. Derbyshire pulling off their highest ever chase in their history in the 4th innings to win a county game. We had a good game between Durham and Yorkshire, which, although Yorkshire looked like they won quite comfortably, but they had a dodgy start in their chase at the beginning of their 4th innings chase. Lancashire and Leicestershire was perhaps the most remarkable game of them all, because it was a good old-fashioned game that Leicestershire wheeling away, just chipping away at Lancashire. Lancashire thought they'd just about saved it, and they needed 150 off 17 overs in the 4th innings to win, and won with an over and a half to spare. Colin Ackerman, and listening to that live as well, I mean, it was just absolutely terrific round of games, and it was I had missed it so much, you know, when you've got 5, 6, 7, 8 games going on around the country, and you can dip in and out of the various commentaries and listen to them and follow them on, on Crick Info, basically. It was great to be back, and it was so enjoyable that there were so many good games as well.
I didn't realise how much I'd missed it until it did come back, and then well, I kind of did realise.
I said yesterday on the commentary, the BBC during the lockdown were playing old test matches and one-day games which were memorable. They were just replaying the whole test match, and I was listening to those, and I wasn't particularly engaged with it until they started reading out the county scores, and then it was just and then I realised how much I was missing the county game.
Was that because you suddenly remembered where you'd been when that score had been read out originally?
Well, no, and I didn't necessarily remember the games, but the fact it suddenly dawned on me just what we were missing. You know, games going on all up and down the country, interesting stuff going on, people taking wickets, people scoring runs, and that's the great thing about the county season. You know, and we're going to have that for a month and a half this year. We're going to have 9 games going on every round and everybody playing, and the games going on the same
when you want to be seeing county cricket, i.e. at the height of the summer. What did we think about one or two of the Bobblist Trophy rule adjustments?
Oh, do you mean things like 110 overs, you can't get bonus?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that one most specifically. So I think it's really interesting because you have, you still have 110 overs.
That's unchanged. You've got 110 overs to get your bonus points in the first team.
Bonus points, but it's 120.
You can't bat for longer than 120.
Yes. So it still encourages you to keep the game open whilst maximising your return from effectively a limited set of overs.
Yeah, I mean,
in
the first innings, which I think is actually not a bad innovation. 120 seems to be pitched at about the right length for me.
Yes, I think that's quite good, isn't it? I mean, if you haven't put up a decent score after 120 overs, how much more time are you going to use to build up a lead or build up a first innings? It's an odd one, isn't it? I think that might be a rule change that stays. Anyone see that happen?
Sorry, let you take that, Fred.
It did used to happen. It was the case in the county championship in the 80s, where the first innings was limited.
That was to 100 overs.
At times to 100 overs,
yes.
Later to 100 and possibly 120 also. I don't agree with the reason that it was brought in. I think most of the rule changes they've made have been in the name of protecting fast bowlers, which I think is a very overstated aim, because, well, for various reasons, not least that they haven't played much cricket. But, I don't think we can be too harsh on rule changes for a 5-game competition that's been played in the midst of a pandemic as a one-off. But I don't, it does mean that the games, as long as the weather is good, are likely to be finished. And only one game was drawn, and that was a good performance to pull the game back by Northants, was it?
Sorry, Northants.
Yeah. I would hope. I think we're going to see this in many areas of life where rules are brought in under this emergency legislation and rule changes tend to stay because they were what the governing bodies wanted anyway. But now they've got an excuse to I think for these games, it's a very small, as I say, very small competition. Only 2 teams are going to go on to meet in the final. I don't think it's a major problem, and I think it will cause games and therefore the competition to be very close and competitive all the way to the
3 from each division plus 1 best finisher?
No, it's the top 2 from 3 divisions on points who will go through to a final.
Maybe a semi-final. So how are they going to? Right, so you could still win one of those leagues and be out of not getting in the final game of the season. Okay, that's interesting.
Effectively, the 3 leagues are just a convenience to get the matches in, and the top scoring points, top 2 point scorers will go through, regardless of who they've played.
So bonus points could be crucial here, actually.
Well, they were, and we saw that, interestingly, at the Oval, where Middlesex, I think, needed 9 to get the extra bonus point. They were on 341, I think, going into in that after 109 overs, and ended up declaring almost immediately afterwards, because they lost 2 set batsmen immediately, who were clearly pushing to get that extra bonus point. I mean, bonus points have always been there, but this was like a real, microcosm of their value and why they mean something. But they potentially mean that much more, given this sort of 3-division context, if you know what I mean, which is what you were saying.
Shorter competition, every point's going to matter. And they've also upped the draw points to 8. In other words, 6 right, to win, a draw for an 8. If you do get a game rained off. Look, I don't think, as I say, the minutiae of the regulations for this competition are all that important. It's just the important thing is that we're back playing, and the great pity is that nobody's there to watch it, because I have a feeling that this round of games would have had tremendous crowds if crowds were allowed in, because all the people who've been there are so many people who love county cricket, even if they don't go all that much. You can see by the numbers who listen to the live streams and the numbers who watch the county streams. I think there would have been a huge crowds.
Well,
I might have been crowds of 5,000, and it would have been fantastic to see. But not to
I slung the Middlesex game from my phone onto my TV, and it was absolutely brilliant, because it was kind of interesting in that the quality of coverage was so good, so brilliantly well done. Sorry for doing that. The quality of comms was great. The quality of cricket was great. So I think one thing that's accelerated because of the kind of conditions. Remember, Surrey and Middlesex were up until the night before expecting about 2,500 people, and it was only literally, with less than 24 hours that all changed.
And so, I'm pretty sure the tickets were oversubscribed. Many more people wanted to go than there were tickets available.
They were. So one thing it has, and I was watching the audiences, and they were very good. I mean, because we do what we do, we always have a trained eye on what is that number clicking along on our various platforms. So I was watching, and they're using largely Facebook actually as the primary method to get their stream out there. So I was watching those numbers, and they were healthy. Let's say that they were definitely healthy.
Well, there's a lot of frustration to be unleashed, wasn't there? I mean, you're absolutely right. I was thinking to myself only the other day that this may be one of the rare summers that I've spent in this country where I've never seen any live cricket.
That's true for so many people, although we hope that there is still a chance of being able to go and watch cricket towards the end of the summer. Well, we're near the end of the summer, but it's possible that will be allowed, and I think we're going to see good crowds.
Although summer gets longer because of, sadly, climate change, and also, I think, isn't the final that we've been talking about, the 5-day final at Lords, which I think in itself is an interesting talking point. I know we've covered it before, but the final is a 5-day final, and isn't that in October?
I think it's October, October the 3rd or 4th, something like that.
There's years gone by, 15 years ago, you'd have thought, what, cricket in October? The players in woolly hats and gloves, and
I was looking at the county championship of 1980, and I think Middlesex won it in the last round of games on September the 3rd.
Yeah, and you'd have considered that quite late in the season.
That was late, but, it was always Gillette Cup weekend as well.
Yeah, but things have changed a lot. I mean, I think we had a one-day international against the West Indies when they were last here in 2017 that ended on something like 29th of September. Yeah, and we got used to the county championship having that run of games beginning at the start of September and ending around about the 23rd, 24th. So I don't think that's so much of a change. But it's a rhythm as much as anything, isn't it? The love of watching county cricket, and I feel that if there are times for me, who isn't as a dyed-in-the-wool county supporter as you two, when
You say that today, Hendo.
Yeah, I do.
You're divorcing yourself from Surrey today.
I'm not a huge Surrey fan. I mean, I don't mind my team. I go and watch them, but you know, my point is that there are certain years, especially since we've been doing Guerrilla and Test Match Soccer, where I've only got to 1 or 2 live games or 1 or 2 live days of cricket every year. But I still think if I'm going to miss it completely this year, it'll put something out rhythmically with me. Do you feel that same?
I do. I do very much at the moment. My trips to Lords to watch Middlesex, or indeed other grounds, but very often Lords, there's an element of not ceremony, that's the wrong word.
Pilgrimage.
Pilgrimage, you know, just shopping in the morning to get my picnic together, putting it into the cold bag, getting onto the train with that sense of anticipation at Claygate Station. You know, normally meeting with my mate somewhere on the way to the
sat next
ground.
to Tony when he lovingly cuts his pork pie and his jar of mustard that he's brought along specially for the occasion. It is an event, certainly an event. I don't know the last time. I don't know the last of the occasion.
I had an image of you, Tony, of actually getting down to Claygate Station en route with your shotgun and taking out a couple of rabbits on the way, stuffing them into your bag, getting on the train at Claygate, straight up to Vauxhall. Not Vauxhall, it would be Vauxhall if you were going to Surrey, obviously. I don't know how you go up to Waterloo.
I would go to Waterloo, then I get the Jubilee line straight up to St John's Wood. Remember, I used to live practically next door to Lords. So.
Is there a lot of good wildlife on the route from your house to the station?
Funnily enough, there is. If you fancy eating sort of, you know, magpies or
badger,
Yankee foxes, the odd badger, yeah.
To answer your question earlier,
I don't know what the pavilion rules at Lords are about bringing in, you know, freshly killed roadkill or game. Probably not. They're probably not in favour.
No, you have to buy it in the game bar.
Game bar, yes, indeed, I can imagine. Yes.
I don't think I've missed seeing a live county game. Since I started watching cricket in about 1976, that was probably the last year I haven't watched a live game in person.
Have you had years where you've not seen very much?
No.
You see
not very much, yes, but I'm pretty sure I've been every year since then. So if it doesn't happen this year, yes, it will be disappointing. It's nobody's fault. There's nothing we can do about it. But you know, watching a live stream of it is not the worst substitute, I have to say, if it's done properly.
What do you think, if on the basis of these live streams? I mean, I've always been put off by the live stream to a certain extent because you get such a restricted view of what's going on. But I understand what Surrey were doing for the Surrey-Middlesex game was a lot more adventurous than that.
3 cameras. They had 3 cameras, and some of the direction was a little bit ropey, but you know, they're learning as they go along. It was in sync with the BBC radio commentary.
They used hot mic.
I don't know. I didn't know.
No, they didn't. They used, Facebook Live.
So it was in sync with the commentary. That's the main thing.
Yes. You're watching the ball bowl, then you're listening to the commentary of that ball bowl.
As it was the official coverage, then the commentary was completely already aligned, if you were,
in sync.
With the coverage.
It was better than many you've seen, which, you know, some of the counties have had one fixed camera stuck on the pavilion, and you see somebody hit the ball in the air, and you have to gauge by the reaction of the wicketkeeper or the bowler, whoever's in shot, exactly what's going on.
And there was an old friend of ours on for a couple of days who was always sort of engaging, listening.
I understand he did a few accents for you as well, did he not?
I didn't hear those, actually.
Really?
I wasn't online for that. But he and Kevin Hand together are always good listening. We should just talk about Middlesex and Surrey. Can we pick out another couple of highlights?
Yes, well, we have already touched on Essex Kent.
I was going to pick out Somerset, actually, just out of interest, who thumped poor old Glamorgan by 289 runs. The thing I noticed there, actually, which does sort of, in a roundabout way, bring us back to Surrey, 7 wickets in the second Glamorgan innings for the Overtons, 5 for Jamie Overton, 5 for 48 for him, and he's already said, that's it, I'm off, and he's heading to Surrey. So I was quite interested. What's the motivation, do we think? Does he think he's got a better chance of getting in the England team if he's playing at Surrey?
Well, that seems to have been.
Does he just think he'll get more money?
Well, that does seem to have been the rule, doesn't it? I mean, we've had people like Mark Stoneman, who was so incredibly connected with Durham, moving for that very purpose down to London. Scott Borthwick did exactly the same. So yes, I think it just ups your profile, doesn't it? Because generally speaking, the bigger counties get a little bit more coverage than the others. Although I don't think it's necessarily, it's not as bad as in football, where the big 4 or 6 teams take the majority of the coverage. I do think there is room for other counties, and I think I don't know with Jamie Overton. You're saying he's heading off immediately. Do you mean?
No, he's at the end of the season.
That's what I thought you meant. Yeah. He's going at the end of the season. Well, we were talking about it, weren't we, the other day? I think maybe it was when we were just shooting the breeze on Zoom while doing other things. But he's going to go there. Reece Topley, of course, has been signed by Surrey. I mean, if they both stay injury free, they could be a very exciting opening pair, couldn't they?
It's a big ask, to be fair.
That is.
Properly to stay injury free.
Surrey seem to be the Manchester City of.
Yes, in one respect, yes, absolutely.
Cricket,
well,
except they don't win as much.
Yeah, well, true.
Well, in fact, in some respects, they had the worst season of any county last year. They were absolutely appalling. The Somerset Glamorgan game was easily the most one-sided game. It was not really a surprise. I mean, Glamorgan had been very poor for a couple of years, and Somerset were still in the hunt for the county championship with half an hour to go at the end of last season. So that was the game which you probably would have expected Somerset to win comfortably, and they did. But most of the games, the teams in the second division, or who would have been in the second division had they been, actually did better than the teams in the first division, where Middlesex are a second division team, so are Derbyshire, and so are Leicestershire, and they all had good wins. So it's good to see that there is more competitiveness, that Glamorgan game apart, between the two divisions.
Well, looking at various performances yesterday, funny enough, I was looking at that Leicestershire game. We beat Lancashire by 7 wickets, racked up a big old 409 for 8 declared in the first innings. Ben Slater, who I think came from Derbyshire, he piled up 172 and a 94 for our friend Colin Ackerman. Why do I call him our friend? Oh, because we were commentating on him in the esports we did, weren't we?
That's right, yeah, for the cricketer, yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure he knows that he's a friend of ours. But
no, so it was the classic pile up decent runs on the board within the limitation of that 120 overs. So you did, to emphasise your point, Fred, you had Leicestershire winning there. I think, again, if we just go back, probably because it's the game we probably know best, Nick Gubbins, who's had a fallow couple of seasons after being quite instrumental in Middlesex's county win, got 190-something and 60-something, and was out in the most comedic way, but admittedly, whilst Middlesex were trying to pile runs on the board, declare and get Surrey back in, he went for a reverse sweep, fell over and lost his middle stump.
You talk about fallow
ungainly.
You talk about the fallow years of Nick Gubbins. You could talk even more about the fallow years of Hasib Hamid, couldn't you?
Well, you couldn't. He was amongst the runs.
He came back and he made his debut for Nottinghamshire and got 2 50s. That's got to be incredibly encouraging, not just for him, but for the county and also for England looking forward.
Although
I think Fred may be about to make the point I was going to make, so go on, Fred.
Well, there are two stickable batsmen at the top of the order at the moment. You never know what's going to happen in 6 months or a year's time.
That's exactly my point. We're talking. If you look at the England side at the moment, we've been talking about how strong they are in the bowling department. Suddenly, from a position of having no openers, effectively, or looking around to see where we can grab one for, if guys like Gubbins and Hamid come back into the picture, that's got to be another good thing, isn't it?
Well, I think it is. I'd be quite interested. I'm just going to try and compare the two. My only comment on Hamid, and it's way too early to say it's any kind of trend because you're talking about just one match.
Sure.
But his 68 came off 143, by far the slowest strike rate, and they ended up losing.
Yes.
So I think with the limitation of first innings overs, you will increasingly see perhaps teams thinking more about winning. You've got to get to win, because it's obviously far more valuable to win in a condensed tournament where points mean so much. playing the extra bowler rather than the extra batsman, and you are going to have to make your runs perhaps a little bit quicker than he did yesterday. So good for him. I'm delighted to see him back. I think it would be great for England if he's got that horrible period behind him and he does come back into the reckoning. But in the interests of the team, he may need to be thinking about not only the corrections to his technique, but also the ability to just make his runs a little bit quicker. So great for personal performance. Very excited for him. You can't ignore the fact that his team lost.
Yeah, I suppose you can say that. Another man that I wanted to draw attention to, and again, I feel like he's a man whose career has been deemed as over by England well before it should be, is Samit Patel. Not only because he has one of our greatest ever singles, but batting at what is he doing batting at number 8? I mean, this guy is a class player. And Nottinghamshire full of such talent that they can afford to put Samit Patel at number 8. And from number 8, he scored 250s, did he not? If I'm not mistaken.
He got 63 off 70, so interesting enough, his strike rate was 90, so he probably felt, I'm having to play a little bit of catch-up. That end of the innings is coming close, and, we've been left with some catching up to do. So, yeah, he made 63 off 90, and he made...
I can help you, he got 80 off 94.
80 off 94. So, again, close to a runnable ball, and also making his runs. It's a similar debate to, the likes of, why is Josh Buttler batting down at sort of 7 and 8? I think because he is capable of scoring quick runs, and because you may need to change the pace of an innings, given the limitation of the number of overs that you have. I actually slightly disagree with you, Hendo. It may not actually be a bad place for him, because you need to slot someone in who can, instead of the innings kind of falling away, you need someone that can inject something different if the situation demands it, and he's actually very well equipped to do that.
Well, he is.
Not at all a bad place for him to be.
I take your point in terms of the team, but as a player, he's a much better player than that. That's really the point that I'm making. We're not saying that, but for the benefit of the team, it may be that putting him there, it works well.
To be fair, a lot of these players are names that we recognise and have known about for many years. I'm not sure that any of the three of us are necessarily, paying close day-to-day attention to how they're doing. They jump out on the scorecard now and again. I'm pretty sure the Nottinghamshire coaches will have a better idea of his current form than we do. I'm not saying they're obviously going to make the perfect decision. And it may also be a bit of the kick up the backside, which has often been used to Samit in recent years by England and his county.
Is he a man who has deserved all the kicks up the backside he's had? I mean, when he looks out of his window, or if he looks at his television.
camera, you obviously weren't looking. I was vigorously pointing to me, and none of you noticed, you know.
Yeah, you always do that, don't you?
I don't like to look at you too much, unless you've got that man in the garden who stands behind you. People won't know
What am I missing here? Anyway, Stuart Broad bowls a straighter ball, and it's driven into the covers by Shah. No run. The game room instructs me to call him Shah. So,
well, we were chatting yesterday on Zoom while we were doing various things, and the bear was sitting in his garden. He seems to have a very strange sort of totem pole behind him with a man with a very long face. It looks like the man is head sitting on his shoulder. It's quite funny.
It's a mask from my wife's homeland.
There you go. Mask from Kenya.
Yeah.
okay. Did you ask it why the long face?
Yeah. That's a horse joke.
Stuart Broad with his headband flapping in the breeze, bowls from the grabby defensive push by Shah. Works the ball to gully. No run. That's the end of the first over after lunch. Pakistan are 53 for 2. Shan has 27 and Babar 4. Bear, there's always a good way of judging how you've seen the game by asking you, what bets have you got?
Well, I've got under the full of the next wicket, 74.5 or 73.5. I put it on. They gave me 29 runs on this, so I put it on at the full of the last wicket. I'm kind of hoping we get 3. Although Babar is a quality batsman. Masood, I always think is vulnerable. I think Pakistan did really well in that first 8-9 overs that Jimmy and Broady were bowling. I thought they were a bit unlucky not to take a wicket, to be fair. They beat the outside edge countless numbers of times, and it wasn't because it was too wide and drawing them out. It was actually beating the bat. So they were a bit unlucky, but then they got 2 wickets. I kind of look at the Pakistan order, and I think, well, we're talking about us being light at batting, but they're not exactly packed, are they?
Let's jiggle up the bowler.
Right.
Sorry, head out.
Go ahead.
It's going to be this man.
Well, that's the Undertones with their jingle to Jimmy from 1978. They knew he was going to be playing for England for a very long time. Hendo, you were in the middle of making a point.
I was going to make a point that the man coming in at number 6 now, as I break off,
Anderson bowls on leg stump and turned down to a long leg to a single by Babar.
No, it's
or
not.
more than a single. No, it's gone all the way fine of the fielder for 4 runs.
Well, I must say, I was disappointed that Fawad Alam didn't make it into the team on the basis that he would be coming back to Test cricket after, is it 11 years? Or I think it's 11 years. 2009 was the last time he played a Test match. But I think they've got big hopes for Mohammad Rizwan, who's taken over as keeper from Sarfraz Ahmed. He's got a pretty good record.
Yeah.
Got 100 in one of the warm-ups as well.
Is Shadab Khan a genuine Test number 6, do you think?
As Jimmy bowls outside the off stump, and Babar not quite close to his pad, which is always a bit of a problem, but he gets the middle of it and defends it to the covers.
No, Shadab Khan won't be batting at 6. Mohammad Rizwan will bat at 6.
Oh, okay. Well, they got Shadab Khan first in the sort of batting lineup on Cricket.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be Mohammad Rizwan. He got 95 in Brisbane in an otherwise relatively unsuccessful tour or short tour of Australia at the end of last year, or towards the end of last year. He's averaging 32 in the test that he played 6 tests, and he's been around for a while, just not been able to force his way in.
Jimmy bowls, and a leading edge from Babar, tried to play it in the leg side. It's gone to cover, they've taken 1, they're deterred from taking 2. 1 more to the total, it's 59 for 2.
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but the Qaid-e-Azam trophy in Pakistan, the first class tournament, which has gone through a number of changes over the years, went through another one for this particular winter. And he was captain of one of the teams, and he scored 323 runs at an average of 161 with 200s. So, he's got some pedigree.
Yeah. Qaid-e-Azam, as Anderson bowls tucked off the hip by Shan, straight to Hope at mid-wicket, no run. I don't think us following county championship in this country could complain about other teams tinkering with their first class trophy. Nobody does it more than England.
No, it's absolutely true. I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of difficulty picking you up, guys. And my internet has gone unstable. It's taken its cue from me, and so you may not be hearing me back clearly.
Hashtag Hendo's technology problems.
Indeed.
Anderson nears the crease, bowls, close to off stump, but a good lead by Shan.
Yeah, 58 for 2. I think Shan did bat well. You could say they were a bit unlucky not to get a wicket or two early on, but I thought, that none of them did anything wrong. None of them really played any poor shots. There was just one that Shan chased a little bit away from his body. He was trying to leave at the last minute and couldn't get out of the way of. Ended up getting a 4. But I thought they batted really sensibly. I thought it was a fantastic ball from Archer that got rid of Abid Ali, to be honest. Really swung late. People didn't give him credit for that.
Anderson bowls, and again left by Shan outside the off stump. Yeah, they were beaten a few times in the morning, but it's what you'd expect batting first against Broad and Anderson on an English test morning. Even if it is the middle of August, then the weather's, good.
That's true. About another day, they've had 3 quick wickets as well, so, it's... could have gone either way.
That speaks to the man who lost a bet, probably, on the forward.
I did, yes.
It's often easy to tell what the bear has bet, even without asking him, just by the way he sees the cricket that's gone on or is about to happen.
Yeah.
Shan has faced 89 balls for his 27, which is decent in the conditions, and Babar has 9 from 30. England will be pleased to have got Azhar Ali early because he's a good player. But we saw it was the change bowlers who did the damage for England. It was Archer and Woakes who got the wickets, but it's back to Anderson and Broad at the start of the second session. As Broad starts a new over, again directed down the leg side and turned around the corner by Babar for a single to long leg. The field has to move dramatically.
I can bring you up to date with a little bit more information about the first class trophy in Pakistan.
Excellent.
It gets redesigned every other year, apparently. Now it's regional teams, it has been provincial teams, it has been city teams, and it has been a mix of both with corporate teams. I mean, everyone thinks of Surrey Gas Pipelines 11. They were a particularly good team in Pakistan for a while.
One of my favourites.
Habib Bank, the federal areas, was it, or something like that?
Broad round the wicket to the left-hander. Ball does come back from outside the off stump, but not enough to cause any problem to the batsman.
There was a railway team as well that was quite good, wasn't there?
Oh, there's always been railway teams. Yeah, bank teams, railway teams. Those certainly when I was growing up, that was the structure and makeup of Pakistan first-class cricket. So we used to have a little fun with that, didn't we? We just liked the idea of people playing for a railway team. I mean, and the other thing is that you could have a job and then you could play cricket, and you play cricket for the people who employed you. Brilliant.
Well, you were employed to be a cricketer on the company team.
True.
Basically, they were sort of shamateurs as Broad bowls again, and this is nicely back cut into the vacant backward point area and down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Yeah, Broad, who's been so good against left-handers over the last 2 or 3 years, has not bowled all that well round the wicket to this particular left-hander today.
The occasional one's been a bit too wide.
He's not getting any help. There's no swing, and there's a little bit of movement off the pitch, but not a tremendous amount.
I do find it quite weird that there has been a lot of swing. It's been quite overcast in Manchester, and usually it allows it to swing a little bit more.
Well, it hasn't happened yet. Maybe with the ball as it gets slightly older, as Broad bowls again. This ducks into Shan with the angle. He turns it into the leg side. Bess field, no run.
I mean, the ball that got Archer's wicket, I mean, I thought that came back in off the seam as well. I mean, it's tailed in and then ducked back off the seam. I mean, it was an absolute peach of a delivery. And I don't know why Azhar Ali
there was a gate.
Yeah, there was a gate, and I don't know why Azhar Ali was reviewing that one. I mean, he was stone dead, man. Unless he thought he hit it before it hit the pad.
Well, his bat flipped the pad, which may have confused him somewhat. But he wasn't reprieved by the appeal, and the review was lost. But this beats the outside edge of Shan Masood. That's a pretty good line from Broad. Did that go away from him slightly? Because it
did a bit.
That's what where Broad has been so successful to left-handers, David Warner amongst them, when he gets the ball to, well, come in with the line that he's bowling and then move away or straighten or turn, Hendo, which is it, off the wicket?
Who knows? It's a mystery.
I think it'd be,
knows the answer to.
for Broad, it'd definitely be straighten. Yeah, I would think so. As Broad bowls again. Again, a good line. And a jabby defensive prod into the offside by Shan. The end of the over. 28 have gone. It's 63 for 2. Let's have some social media messages.
Absolutely. Dave Wood, mate, and Dave Emrys makes a really interesting point, I think. He says, is the return to form of Hamid and the like possibly due to not having to start in bowler-friendly April and thus scratching for form within the first month of the season? I suppose it could be. I mean, if you take your lead from that, and if things start to go badly for you because you get a couple that nip off the seam and do all sorts, it can affect your confidence, and that can have a knock-on effect. Armchair Cricket Podcast says England will be happy they got both the alleys before lunch. Pakistan will look to Masood along with Azam to take them to relative safety before the middle order is called upon. They are theoretically one batter short.
Anderson bowls and played a defensive shot round his front pad by Babar. Historically, that's not been a great method of playing Jimmy Anderson, but he plays that one all right from the wicket. There isn't a run.
And some people would say England are a batter short as well, though, wouldn't they? You know, there's this whole thing about Stokes adding balance and being able to bowl. He's not able to bowl, so Crawley's out the side. But I'd say our batting depth is still pretty strong.
As Anderson bowls on the leg stump and nicely timed through the leg side. There's nobody out at deep square leg. 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jimmy's bowling a line where it seems like he's expecting it to swing, but it's not. It's playing pretty true, and it was basically a half volley on leg stump, and Test batsmen are quite happy to play those all day.
Yeah, I think he was trying that to Abid this morning, and he got hit a couple of times down to long leg. You're right, he's aiming for that middle and leg line, and it's just not swinging, really, and therefore it becomes a free hit almost for someone of Azam's class.
And again on leg stump, and again turned into the leg side. Not timed quite as well. It wasn't nearly as full a ball, but they are going to get 2, as the mid wicket has to retreat 20 yards to field.
And also, clouds seem to be sort of moving away, don't they? It's much clearer, it's much brighter, and the sun is peeping through.
That's about as sunny as it ever gets in Manchester. They get the barbecues out. They might get blown away, but at least there's sunshine overhead.
Absolutely. I think there's another few showers coming through a bit later, so it may darken over again.
Well, maybe they won't hit us. We might be lucky.
I read one report
who lived in Manchester for a few years, as Jimmy bowls outside the off stump of the right-hander Babar, and it's left through to Buttler. Bear, you lived in Manchester for a few years, but you didn't see much of the light of day. Is that fair?
I saw a fair bit of the light of day. I never really went to lectures, Fred. I spent a lot of time out at night.
I thought you slept all day and you were in nightclubs all night.
I was in nightclubs all night most of the week, but you get up in the summer, you still get daylight. See, you get up at 2 in the afternoon and you still get a full day's worth of daylight. And occasionally
listening to astronomy with the Bear on Gorilla Cricket. There is daylight in Manchester. Who knew? As Jimmy bowls again outside the off stump. Babar lifts his bat high.
But just to add to that point, having made it, the camera pulled back and we saw a bank of really dark cloud around the periphery of Old Trafford. So, yeah, it could be one of those days where you get a glimpse of sunshine, then a shower comes in. There's quite a wind, so they hopefully will blow on through quite quickly as well. We had one small delay this morning, didn't we?
Well, David Lloyd, the Colchester of English cricket broadcasting, I'll tell you after this ball, as Anderson bowls and defended by Babar. He always used to say at Old Trafford, you'd look where the weather came from Bill's mothers. No one knew who Bill, nobody knew who Bill was. We didn't know who his mother was, but it was folklore going back many decades in the Lancashire dressing room that the weather came from Bill's mothers. I asked Clive Lloyd about it, and he was very well aware of Bill's mothers, as everybody who's played for Lancashire is.
Okay. Mark says, is that Jimmy jingle not been scooped yet by some overzealous copyright bot? Don't think so. Neymar Butler says, got up at 3:45 this morning, couldn't get back to sleep, had a test match on, started working on some stuff. You guys are the best.
We are. Well, most disagree.
We don't disagree with you. Chris
seeing that.
Yeah,
I think they're saying the majority will be, but I didn't see anything that was adamant that all future tournaments. That would be a terrible thing.
No, that's the current situation. All ICC tournaments currently are mandated to be in either Australia, India, or England.
Well, that is outrageous.
It is a bit.
It's extraordinary. I mean, why?
Exactly.
I mean, West Indies rebuilt all their grounds for the 2007 World Cup. South Africa's got a pretty good cricket infrastructure, hasn't it, in terms of grounds?
You would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Absolutely crazy.
Well, we saw something interesting between the owners there because Stokes came all the way up and said he's going to have a word with the ball drawer and he's in straight a ball to Shah facing back in. I think Stokes has forgotten he's not captain anymore. He had one test against the West Indies, but the team lost it, and Root drafted back in to take over and win his test matches. So, sorry Stokesy, we're not interested in what you're going to say.
Have you noticed, Fred, that our stand-in captains aren't doing very well this year? What with Stokes, and then of course Moeen Ali for the fielding portion of England's game yesterday, took over from Owen Morgan, didn't it?
Yeah, for a one-day series.
One defeat.
As Broad in again, and jabbed back again by Shah. He's got a very crabby backward defensive shot, but it seems to work for him. No run. Well, what I can remember of yesterday's game, because it was an ODI, England looked very, very flat in the field. They weren't helped by a very flat wicket, actually, and the ball wasn't doing anything for English bowlers. So that's not to take, well, it is to take something. But,
no, I don't think it's taking anything away from the Irish. I think it was a fantastic force. I think they'll take massive confidence from that. I really felt that might have been a moment, a turning point for Ireland.
This is edged into the gully region, and Shah sets off. Babar is not that interested, so he turns around and goes home. Yeah, I mean, if they think Ireland playing again shortly, that they'll be able to take that momentum.
Well, that's the difficulty, isn't it? I'm not sure what's going to happen now. I mean, they've had a lot of mini-series cancelled over the last 3 months, so it is difficult to know. But also, it was really good to see, was it Tector at the end being involved, you know, because you need one of those really young, hungry players to come through, prove that he's got it at that level. Well, bring other people on in a way, and then actually create the interest in Ireland, and therefore hopefully getting more people to play the game.
Stuart corner. Rhythmical action. Up to the crease. That does shape away, but it started a little bit too wide, but that's the kind of movement that will keep Rory interested.
No, I mean,
we had a... Sorry, Bear, carry on.
I was going to say with Ireland, I think they just need to produce that kind of form more often, don't they? I mean,
well, they do, but I think yesterday was, you go back to when they beat England before and the Kevin O'Brien 100, and you think that was probably a one-off, and it was just someone reaching great form on one particular day. I'll break it for them.
3 or 4 bowls and Shah defence.
But I think there was something about those two senior players who've been around for a long time now for Ireland, both putting up, a great effort. I mean, Sterling's the 142. Balbirnie, who I think is getting better and better in a strange way. The man who was kind of rejected by Middlesex, I think is developing into a really fine player. I think he's one of those guys who's a little bit unlucky at times. Seems to get out in odd ways, as we saw when we covered Ireland Pakistan. The pair did not, I think. But I think he's developing into a really solid player. And I think if he can bring those youngsters with him, they've got a chance of doing some good things.
Oh, this is through. Shah. Slightly quicker ball to Broad, perhaps. Buttler went up, but knocked in the air with somebody who thought that there was actually an edge. And although the camera trains on route, there is no questionnaire review. The 30th over is complete. Pakistan on 69-4-2. So another look at that ball. Yeah, it did slightly move away. A genuine defensive shot. And Raven decided. So that line that we were talking about, and that movement that we were talking about with Stuart Broad, looks like he's just beginning to find it.
Mark says, I remember doing a jingle for the Pakistan domestic stuff called Cricket Team or Business or something like that. Yes, that's true. Habib Bank is one I think of. What were the railway ones? I can't think of.
I can't remember.
There was a team called Railways.
Just Railways.
A long time ago, they were involved in the biggest ever margin of victory. Jimmy starts in you over. Sorry about that. It's outside the off stuff. And left, going for Buttler. Carry on.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, wasn't Railways? Wasn't that the name of the team that the O'Briens came through in Ireland? I have a feeling that's the name of their club in Irish cricket. Anyway, things have changed in the structure there. Now my button says the company teams remind me of West African music. Same deal as in Super Rail Band from Senegal. Yes, absolutely.
Buttler lifts his hand wide from watching Northwood to Buttler. And the green room... pronounced that the ICC tournament, it was officially the case that for the last tournament cycle that only England, Australia and India would be granted these tournaments, but it's no longer the case. But the next cycle of tournaments haven't been awarded yet, so we don't actually know. He also says, does Mr. Greenwood, that Ireland have no international cricket schedule for the rest of 2020.
That's a real shame.
Not really a surprise.
No.
Jimmy Bonds and Bullnock back to him by Babar.
Took his bottom hand off there, I wasn't quite sure, was he?
Yeah, he did prop forward, and I wondered if that was well in front of the pad there. But we just usually surprise people with bounce. This happens sometimes.
Talking of Jimmy's, we've been joined by Jim Wang, who's followed us, so we'll give you a little follow back because we like that quite nicely kind. And Adam Lalkalari from Wadar in Pakistan has followed us, so welcome to you.
Some goals again, and again, without great football, good father blocks the ball back into the ground. He did take his bottom hand off that last delivery, but it wasn't noticeably, it didn't noticeably bounce excessively, so I'm wondering what was going on there. From the side on view,
It's not the same ball, is it? Always the way. It's a shame we're not in touch with the Sky producers, isn't it, to say that we want this particular video replayed for us, if you don't mind.
it's not a low ball. That is a low ball. I think that's one of Chitney's faults.
Little shot. Slips waiting. Anderson comes in, bowls from full length this time. And Babar's defensive strokes really are that. They're absolutely dead bad. And the ball goes, only 5 yards? Maybe that's all. There's no further than that. So no little push at the ball that might result in an edge. Just blocking.
He's playing the ball he's playing the ball so light, let the ball come to him, and all the top players in the world, like Crawley, Smith, all these guys, play the ball very late.
Anderson over the wicket, bubbles again. Look at that, was a dead bat. Absolutely blocks it back. Get past that is the message. And we saw a beautiful attacking stroke in that, and perfect defensive technique as well. 74 for 2. Now I remember I picked Shah one day, I say it must have been 20 years ago or so now. But there's an old boy with a donkey and a wooden cart, and he was standing there, and we sort of conversed vaguely, and we got the message. Would just take me around the town, sitting on the back of the cart. I sat on the back of this wooden cart. This old boy just with a donkey taking us around. Went through the souk and all the rural part of the mosque. It's just one of those things that
they call it tanga in that tanga.
Right.
Yeah,
with the cart. Okay. I didn't know that at the time. He was broad bowling, and Masood is forward, playing out to cover. And there's no rubbing on quite well by the end. We didn't necessarily converse very fluently, but he knew what I was after, and it was great. It was, you get these moments, don't you, where you sort of become part of a completely foreign place, a different culture. I certainly felt it that way.
That was used as a transport in back days, in mainly a lot of smaller cities in Pakistan.
Yeah. It's good use for anything, I guess. And the flat back, carting goes broad, bowls round the wicket. Masood covers up, plays away out to mid-on. And where's your hometown? Is it?
Islamabad.
You're Islamabad, okay.
I'm not very far from Shah, which you're talking about.
Yeah.
An hour and a half drive.
So you've done that drive? Yes.
Yeah. Shift time playing first class cricket in Abbas stadium.
Yes, absolutely. The stadium there it's a little bit out of the main city, isn't it? From memory, is that right?
No, it's because now its population is growing every time.
Maybe swallowed it up. Yeah. I'm talking about a few years ago, if I'm honest. It goes broad again, bowls outside the off stump. And Masood again lines it up nicely. And allows that to go by. Because the stadium, I think, was it the stadium in Rawalpindi?
Yes.
And Islamabad is the main city.
Yes, Islamabad.
Rawalpindi was where it's...
Actually, Rawalpindi is the main city. Islamabad is the capital. It's like a twin city.
Okay.
So it's just a main road. If you go on left hand side, it's Islamabad. So right hand side is Rawalpindi.
Gotcha.
So I'm in the border of
the two.
Yes.
74 for 2. So Yunus Khan looking on there. She's get younger every year. Broad bowls, and that's turned away out towards square leg. No, they shout after a moment's hesitation. A good decision because the fielder come in quickly there. Is Dom Bess, who hasn't bowled yet. So I see him in action.
You mentioned Yunus Khan, like Pakistan always has their mentor in the bowling department, and this Yunus Khan here now as batting coach. So Pakistan batsmen need mentor like him because he was purely a hard-working guy. If you see, he wasn't that much talented, but the hard work, dedication, it was unbelievable.
He looks so fit.
He's a fitness freak.
No, well, maybe he looks it. There's Broad kicking up his heels again, bowls on the leg stump, turned away, and beats Bess at square leg this time, is chasing out towards that boundary on the left-hand side. Ball, I think, is going to win the race. Bess dives, takes some of the boundary edging with him. That's a nicely played stroke from Shah Masood, who started his innings at the beginning of the day. And there's that nice little clip off his pads, reaches 35 not out in the sunshine, but threatening skies over to the left. But that was a nice shot, Broad just drifting onto the leg stump. And Bess unable to do the fielding, so Masood paws at the ground. Broad rubbing on his trousers. No wicket for 19 so far. He's in his 10th over, so he's been very tidy. Stretches out again from round the wicket. Is there, and he bowls very full. Squeezed down to the offside. Quick single taken. That's Pope Fields this time. And says Masood will steal the strike. That little pat into the offside. A quick single taken. 79 for 2. And that's the end of the 32nd over of this innings. Pakistan winning the toss, batting first. Abid Ali was out for 16 to Archer. And Azhar Ali was over to Woakes for a duck. That was 43 for 2, now 79 for 2. And Victor has been looking on thoughtfully as ever.
Well, for the first time, for a very long time, Dom Bess is going to have a bowl.
He is.
He didn't bowl in the last match, remember, which is very unusual. But this doesn't look quite the same surface as the last Test match here, does it? In that there's not quite so much help for those units. It's not maybe quite so quick. The wicket, as Joe used to say, is she's sleeping. And so Joe Root has decided to get Dom Bess into the game, and why not? And see what happens. It's a bit drier, and oddly, when we've watched games here before, sometimes it turns on the first day when it's just a bit tacky and damp, and it's spun, and then it doesn't spun quite so much. We'll see whether he gets any spin against Shan Masood, the left-hander. Of course, off-spinner likes bowling to the left-hander.
He's got a short leg and a slip, a man on the drive at extra cover. That's Bess moves in and bowls a real dart to that. It was short and clipped away into the leg side. A very flat ball and short.
Well fielded too. That looked like it might go for Chris
Woakes, yes, diving to his right at mid-wicket. So finding his range a bit there, I think, Dom Bess, who skips in, spins himself a catch on the way, and then bowls a more flighted delivery, which is pushed away out to cover. So mid-off's quite deep. Sibley is at cover. Backward point. Looks like Abbas from here. field, a very orthodox field, really, for a round the wicket off spinner to a left-hander. Comes in again, bowls again, a short, flat ball, which is put away to the offside, fielded by Sibley. Again, they take a single. Yeah, a bit rusty.
He's sort of got away with that. Take a single off that delivery. He hasn't bowled for a while, though. And he doesn't have too many sweepers, although he's got one now at backward point, which off spinners often do nowadays. And actually, they've spread a bit for Babar. There's a deepish mid wicket as well as a deep backward square leg.
Here's Bess. Bowls. Short. Babar again. Played it off the back foot. Tousely haired at the moment, Bess. One of those who hasn't visited the barbers. And ruffling the top of his hair, licks his fingers. Spin himself a catch. Then does spin himself another catch. He's walking in, bowls. On the leg stump now, that's Clip's Pope. Short leg. You can hear the soft sound of the ball hitting the padding under his trousers. Round about his shins as well as wearing it. 80 for 2. Archer loosening up on the boundary edge. Bess again, strides up, bowls. Babar Azam will pick up one. Flicking the ball to deepish mid-wicket. Sibley there is not actually on the boundary, but lurking about 20 yards from the edge. It's 81 for 2. Shah Masood on 37, Babar Azam on 21. Bit of a range finder.
It was a bit rusty, that. But there was no sign of much turn either. It's just sense that because it's a bit drier, it might turn later in the game, but I'm not sure it's going to turn earlier in the game. Although Pakistan, of course, have got 2 wrist spinners, which is really quite exciting, and they're liable to get more spin. Babar would have come across Dom Bess down at Taunton, although how many games they played together, I'm not sure, because Babar obviously played T20 and Dom Bess has scarcely played the T20 game for Somerset. The odd championship games, Babar played 1 or 2 down there. I think Dom will be aware of how good he is.
I think he will. Broad's on his way, bowls to Babar Azam. It's a low full toss, he drives for 4. I'm not sure what Broad was up to there. Looking for something, but it's hit straight past into the boundary below us here for 4 runs. So a second boundary in the last few minutes of Babar Azam. That was a gimme. But the stroke earlier off Anderson was just poetry. That was a gift. You often see that from Broad.
No.
A low, full, straight full toss.
And he got full value for it.
He did.
Pumped it wide of the left hand of Archer at mid-arm.
85 for 2.
Batting looked rather easier after that, didn't it?
I was on 25. Broad will be cross about that. He hates giving away runs. Up he comes again. Bowls to Babar Azam. Oh, one point, let that go. And then shaved the off stump. I think they're all having a look at that. And Babar Azam had a little smile on his face as he looked back just to make sure that the furniture was still intact. Which it was, but very close indeed. Broad, but that ball's to come back a little bit.
And 6 boundaries in 8 overs and 2 balls since lunch, just 6 in the 25 overs before lunch, 3 of which were off the edge. Jimmy Anderson's no ball, just his 5th in his last 65 test matches going back to December 2013, over 2,200 overs in that time.
And the first to be called in remotely, in goes Broad, bowls outside the off stump. People wonder what I'm talking about. The third umpire has called no balls in this match. It's an experiment for the series.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Because I didn't know that. I mean, they were doing it in the one day.
They were.
Down at...
Well, they're doing it with a view to introducing it to all World Test Championship matches.
I mean, I bumped into Mike Burns, who was doing the third umpire in one of those Irish games, and he was responsible for watching this. He said, God,
must be exhausting.
There's no respite.
No, it must be exhausting. Broad, bowls, swings away at Babar Azam. Forward, close to mid-on. They're just looking at a screen with a line and a boot, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And so normally at third umpire, you have moments of great leisure, and then suddenly you're thrown into the spotlight. But he said he can't relax at all. You've got to watch every ball.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will act as a sort of deterrent, maybe, for bowlers to really give themselves a bit more leeway, and then maybe the third umpire can't relax completely, but
Ball's chuntering about something, about sort of his run-up or where he's landing, something like that. Grips the ball very deliberately. Goes in over the wicket to the right-handed Babar. Azam forward, beautifully straight back. Broad fields in the follow-through. If we establish if it's Federer who throws his bandana into the crowd, come on, Andy, what have you been doing?
I don't have bandana stats. Well, on my database, Abbas.
yes, but you've got this broad general knowledge, haven't you?
I think it's Roger Federer.
Federer is definitely a bandana thrower. Well, I'm sure other players.
You didn't look it up.
Okay, he throws 68% of his bandanas into the crowd.
It is humouring me, I know.
More when he's won.
Yeah, well, I think he does. Victor?
He probably does.
Okay, he goes broad over the wicket. Is there any bowls? And Azam allows that to go through. Stopped by Buttler rather than taken. Kept rather low and moved away. So that's the end of the over. Pakistan at 85 for 2 more from Victor, and then Isha Gur's coming in here.
He looks a little bit disgruntled, Stuart Broad. I think that's because there's no magic out there at the moment. The pitch is pretty docile. Since lunch, Babar has looked more assured and a bit more aggressive. He's timed the ball beautifully. And Masood has done a terrific job without taking any risks at all. But he's still there. And that's why he's not moving around. That's why Joe Root has given an early bowl to Bess to get him in the game, but no signs of anything in the first over.
Well, here he comes again. Bess bowls to Masood, who dabs it down the track. No run. He's occupied the crease for a fair amount of time. Shan Masood, he's on 37, 110 deliveries faced. Babar Azam has given himself a bit of time as well. There's one delivery from Anderson as Bess continues around the wicket to Masood, who's back and guiding to backward point, no run. Where he was almost through his shot, playing it to mid-on off the bowling of Anderson. It caught the outside edge, it squirted away to the offside. It was completely in all sorts, Babar Azam. And since then, he looks to have just waited a bit longer on the ball as Bess bowls. Masood down the leg side, I think strikes his thigh pad as it falls to the floor. And it's not the quickest of pitches, so probably just allowing himself a bit more time to play the ball as straight as possible as Masood sets up once more, still and forward in defence. Good leg delivery from Bess.
Well, he's clearly going to be busier in this match than he was the predecessor. It's very rare for a specialist spinner not to bowl a ball in the test match.
He did influence an incredible run out though.
Yeah.
As Masood back in his crease and plays to mid-wicket, no run.
He's good at that. He hits the stumps more often than most. Obviously, do that, don't you?
So he now has the ball back in his hands, gives it a bit of a shine on the back of his leg as he spins himself a catch, and he comes now past the umpire. Bowls to Masood, who's forward and covering the ball. Back to the bowler at the end of the over. It's 85 for 2. 35 overs have been bowled in this innings. Shan Masood 37. Babar Azam 25. Had a message on Twitter, Vic, from Susan Mason. Can you ask Vic Marks if his book is worth buying after Mark Church was waxing lyrical about it yesterday?
Which one?
Was thinking about getting it, but at this price would like some insight from the writer. It's available online on a well-known website at the price of £162
Oh yeah.
and 24 pence.
I think that's probably over £1 a page.
Thoughts?
What book is this then? It must be. I don't think it can be. I have a couple out there at the moment. I don't think it's the one that came out last year. It must be one that came out in the 80s.
It's the one you did with Robin Drake.
Oh, I know. Yes. Well, don't you know about that one?
I do now, as Archer is replacing Stuart Broad Babar Azam drives back past him, down the ground. He didn't look like he got all of it, but I think he might pick up 4. He does. Stuart Broad has given up the chase at mid-on. And the bat almost turned in his hand as he played that. Babar Azam goes to 29.
But to get back to your original question, well, yes, I think it's worth 160, whatever it was you said, but I'm not sure anyone else in the world does. But it's a game book. Would you like to know about that? You, the reader, are captain of England.
Oh, right.
And you have to make choices. I wrote it back in the 80s with Robin. And you have to, and depending on your choices, England win or lose the game. But why that should crop up now, I'm not sure.
His archer past the stumps to Azam, who's dabbing to the leg side, comes through for a quick single and makes it convincingly as mid-wicket runs in to collect the ball. He poked there.
I might have not only 1 or 2 copies back at home, but I'd be prepared to sell it for that.
Do those choices as England captain involve picking you in the team?
No, it doesn't.
Babar Azam before lunch for 27 balls since lunch. 26 from 28 balls.
You haven't read it either.
The ultimate one-day cricket
That's
match.
it, yeah. 160 odd pound, where'd you get that?
I might try and bid.
Well, I think you should probably. I mean, you're one of the few who could possibly afford it.
His archer comes in now, rolling over to the left-handed Masood, who's forward and playing that to mid-wicket, no run. Just rehearses his defensive push. He's got 2 slips and 2 gullies. Archer as he trudges back to the top of his mark. Interesting. So
you are captain of England. You're playing, and you're leading the team against the rest of the world in 1988.
okay.
And it depends. And you've got Boss in your team and Gower.
Amazing. There's Masood back and across, defensively offside this time. Good left delivery from Jofra Archer. He's bowling at 83 miles an hour. Heads on out to Stuart Broad, who has the ball back in his hands, giving it a shy.
But I don't understand why this has cropped up now, but still.
Well, I just received a message. I'm just a messenger, Vic.
The rest of the world. England couldn't beat anyone on their own in the 1980s and late 80s.
It's a book, it's fiction.
Archibald Shaw, Masood ducks. Goes through to Buttler. So, rest of the world, what would that team include?
Well, it was mostly... I can't remember now precisely, but I expect Gavaskar might have been there.
They've got to be in there, surely.
It must have been there. So, well, possibly.
You wrote it
Abdul, he played. Abdul played. Because you didn't want to start cover driving his googly or you were in trouble when you were batting.
His son plays in Australia.
Yeah. He's no longer with us, sadly.
No. As Archer ambles in, but then balls outside the off stump, and Masood raises his bat to allow it to pass. At the end of the over, 90 for 2. I think his son's actually moved back to Pakistan, so we can see if he can make it at age group level and try and get in to the Pakistan setup.
Well, I suspect that Abdul did quite a bit of work with Yasir Shah. And they're sort of similar cricketers. Abdul's a fantastic wrist spinner, but a wonderful, mercurial bowler with a sort of temperament of a fast bowler in a way, always at you, fizzing the ball down. Quite an emotional sort of bowler. And with wonderful variety. And you know, he was around just before the Shane Warnes came along. He helped to rebirth the art of wrist spin.
As Babar Azam is still in his crease. Bess bowls him inside out, drives past extra. Chris Woakes dropped his shoulders to say, well, that's definitely going for 4. Then chased after it and then realised he had to give up again because that was sweetly timed from Babar Azam. Beautifully played.
It was. I mean, it was slightly over pitch, but the authority with which he just beat the field and hit it so crisply, though not hard, all the way to the boundary. Big boundaries here. He has looked good since lunch.
Brought up a 50 partnership from 109 balls.
Sandy, 34 of 56 deliveries, Babar Azam. Shah Masood, 15 of 53. And that partnership is Bess. Past the stumps, bowls flatter to Azhar, who pushes to the offside and takes the single, goes to 35, 95 for 2. James in Heatherset emails, I got a copy of Vic's Ultimate One Day Cricket Match book for a birthday when I was a child. Lucky you was Bess. Balls to Masood, who's turning it around the corner, falls in front of short leg, no run. Loved the variant where I had to put myself on to bowl and take Viv Richards' wicket, but then lost the game by keeping myself on too long. The variant.
Well, that's... I don't remember variants, but there you go. Is that a scientific term?
Must be, as Masood drives to mid-on and sets off immediately. Stuart Broad on his toes, runs towards the ball, but they've come through comfortably. Shah Masood to 38, 96 for 2. Strong breeze blowing across the ground here at Old Trafford as Bess is bowling to Azam, who leaves the ball.
Turned and bounced a little bit. It was wide off stump.
Yeah.
Brought a smile from Don Bess.
It bounces it above.
Yeah, well taken. Buttler had to jump to take it and chest it. Do that again.
As he comes through again, Azam drives again in that same area to deep cover. Jofra Archer at deep point is running round and won't be able to stop it as it goes into the advertising sponge. Just the sound off the bat from Babar Azam. He really is getting into a nice groove and flow as Pakistan bring up the 100. 2 wickets down, 37 overs having been bowled.
Well, you've got no margin for error against Babar. Bess bowls an attacking line. He does try and keep it outside off stump, which is aggressive. It's also more difficult because it's a higher risk line to bowl, because if you get it wrong, there are spaces out there. And Babar, that was just fractionally overpitched again, and he missed the field again, and he timed it so well too. So, you know, he's already shown why we reckon that of all the touring batsmen, he's the classiest act this summer.
He's given himself time as well. What was he, Andy? Tell off how many?
24. 24 balls before lunch.
4 off 26 and got a 2 off the last ball before lunch.
Here comes Archer again, bowling to Masood. Full off his legs, out to the deep square boundary. He just clips it away. It's long boundaries here, but that finds its way out there very, very quickly. Masood moves to 42, 104 for 2.
Someone else bought it.
Do you want to read this one, Vic?
Well, Stuart bought it in the later. He was out for 6. He went for a quick single, but was run out by Roger Harper. You see, he didn't look where who was fielding where.
As Archer moves away from us, bowls to Masood, who's defending off a good length on the leg stump.
He claims I didn't tell him that Harper was in the covers at the time.
Yes.
But I expect he had to read between the lines.
The book said, if only you'd remembered that Harper was fielding in covers, exclamation mark, or similar, even though no information that he was fielding
He must have lost a page somewhere.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But you can have another go, you see.
Yeah.
You can read it again.
A pound down the drain as Masood fends one away outside the off stump to Gully. Tumbling dive from Rory, who collects the ball and tosses it to extra cover.
Do you know, someone wrote to me from Holland asking whether they could use this format. So I said yes, and they sent me a copy. I've got a Dutch copy of this, not the same game, but the same format. I have no idea who wins or what happens because it's all in Dutch.
There you go.
It's a long time, this.
They should reintroduce it, Vic, as Archer pushes away. Bowls now down the leg side. Has he got something through to Buttler? No. Masood just moving his bat out the way as he looks to play initially. And there's a half appeal from behind the stumps, but I think they realise that they didn't catch anything as it goes through.
Zipped through, but it's looked a completely different game since lunch, isn't it?
51 in 12 and a half overs since lunch, 53 for 2 from 25 before lunch.
Open stance from Masood, who just crouches ever so slightly and back in defending to the offside this time, covering the ball from Archer. Good length outside the off stump from him, building up his pace, 87 miles an hour. David in Solihull, I owned a copy of Vic's book. First time I played England, lost to a 6 off the last ball, which, as Andy said, was relatively successful for England in the 80s. If it is worth 162 quid, I am off to see if I still have it. Yes.
But I don't think he's going to read it again.
There's going to be plenty available online now, as Archer comes around the wicket to the left-hander, who again gets back and defends down the track. At the end of the over then, Shan is on 42, Babar Azam 39, and then Pakistan 104 for 2, and these two going nicely for Pakistan. Not as much in the air from England, the ball being 38 overs old.
No, he's having a chat with Dominic Bess with Joe Root, because there's the problem of Babar, who latches on to anything that's slightly over pitch and just driving him through the covers. Whether he's going to look for reinforcements on that offside or whether he's going to try and change the line he bowls. I think he might put his boundary fielder. He's had a man at sort of backward point.
Yeah.
Really for the shortish ball that gets cut or dabbed down there, I think he might make him go a little bit straighter. In fact, they're bringing a man over to the offside, so an extra fielder on the offside, which suggests that Bess will continue to bowl this off-stump line, but he's got less protection on the leg side now. I just wonder, will Babar really assert himself by just dragging the ball from outside off onto the sparsely populated leg side there?
This interesting. He put James Anderson out deep backward square as Bess bowls to Azam, who drives again out to deep cover. Jofra Archer takes the ball about 50 metres off the boundary as he comes through for 1. Bubba moves to 40. 105 for 2 now, Pakistan.
Okay, here's the rest of the work. I never got any royalties for this yet.
Now's the time, Vic, as Bess around the wicket to Masood, the left-hander.
It's not a bad
plays
team.
it back down the pitch. Daniel Jenkins' own Vic Mark's book, I Still Have It. Rest of the world team is Gavaskar, Jeff Marsh, Richards, Crow, Border, Imran Khan, Dujan, Harper, Marshall, Kadir and Reed. There's Masood still in his crease. Ball is nearly onto the stumps as Ben Stokes chases after it. Tries to dab that down at the last second, Masood. He comes through for 1. Goes to 43.
Just get it on a bit quicker than you thought. And they thought about an appeal. Was it one of those that hit the pad before the bat? I don't think it was. It was certainly straight enough.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it dragged back and he plays it onto his pad.
Yeah.
As it comes through. Bess then. Here he comes again to Azhar, who's forward and played to mid-on. Comes through swiftly for a single. Throw from the captain, Joe Root, to Buttler. And Bubba moves to 41, so rotating the strike easily at the moment, these two, 107 for 2.
I'm just having another look. Are you sure it didn't hit the pad first?
Ooh.
If it did, they should have reviewed it.
Bess fights this one, it's on the full as Masood plays it out to the deep backward square boundary. Jofra Archer collects it with his left hand, turns and throws in one movement, up and over Joss Buttler. And it is taken by Ollie Pope, short leg. The score is to 109 for 2. Masood to 45. There's Bess. Through his action, Masood edges, does he edge as it goes to Buttler and it hits the edge of his glove onto the floor? Well, was that an opportunity? We'll have to look at the replay. Anyway, a few more words from you, Vic. It's Pakistan 109 for 2, and here comes Simon Man.
That did spin. I think it didn't take the edge. We need confirmation confirmation of that. Oh, I'd like to see that again. I'd like to see the LBW shout again, or the non-reviewed LBW. Bess's reaction was one of anguish. So we'll keep an eye on the screen. If it is, it was a clear chance to just Buttler behind the stumps.
So he might well have nicked that.
Another look. I need Snicko.
The left side is left carpet.
Yeah, that's a chance.
Here's Archer going into bowl to Babar Azam. Outside the off stump, quite close to off stump though. Babar let it go through. Good judgment. 109 for 2. Good session for Pakistan. They needed it since lunch. And that was an LBW shout as well. It was very close together in terms of making contact with the ball. It's hard to say actually. Almost you don't see it very often. Simultaneous contact, but it might well have been on the LBW shout or the half shout, and they decided to ignore it. This is Archer going into bowl to Babar. It's full, driven nicely, but straighten it off. It's picked up by Woakes. There's no run. Babar's playing a different game to everyone else we've seen today. Shan Masood has dug in, worked hard. We're not quite playing like Dominic Sibley, but a Sibley type role really, in trying to wear down the bowlers. It's 45 not out. Babar's 41. Short outside the off stump and crashed away for 4 by Babar Azam off the back foot. And he barely bothers to move. In fact, he strolls down the pitch to have a chat with the non-striker, Shah Masood. That's the sort of stroke that deserves a crowd when standing up and applauding, cheering for Pakistan. Beautifully played. It was a bit short and wide, and it got what it deserved. And Babar Azam now is level with Shah Masood. Came in the 19th over. Archer bowls to Babar and short ball, and Babar bends the knees and allows it to go through to Joss Buttler. The weather is closing in.
It does look bleak. It does. Left, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting darker, and there's a sheet of grey coming away to the left. The light's beaming down now, and there's some suggestion if once it starts, it might be struggling today for the rest of the day. But so not. Forecast has changed a bit away to the right, where it's got some blue sky, but that's gone. Archer moves in and bowls another short ball, and Babar Azam, like a boxer there, bends the knees and then staggers back towards the rope.
Some quick balls. It's a short ball, 88. Zipped through, but he played it beautifully. You can get real satisfaction, I think, from the good leave, and it kind of sends a message back. Well, I've just given him one of my best. Not that wide, but he just sprayed out the way. He seemed to see it quite quickly.
Of course, he gave Abid there. 1-2 trick earlier. Here is Archer bowling another short ball, and Babar ducks underneath it. Buttler juggles with it and then drops it down the leg side. It's the end of Archer's over. Well, it didn't take too kindly to being crashed for 4 through the offside. Came back with 3 short balls, 113 for 2. Ground staff coming onto the field, not yet with the covers, but that is the drinks break. Andrew Cowan emails. I recall Shah Masood spent 1 year at my school during sixth form at Stanford School, that is. Given the age difference between him and Stuart Broad, who attended Oakham, I don't think they played each other. I'm sure it would have been quite a contest.
Well, I can tell you this, in those days, well, actually, I think when he was at Stuart Broad, when he was at schools, he was more of a batsman than a bowler. What I was going to say, in those days, he'd bowl over the wicket, because it's a recent phenomenon for him to come around the wicket almost exclusively to left-handers, and he does it very well, and he looks to swing it away from the left-handers. But Shah Masood has done a sterling job, but it's Babar who's caught the imagination. You can see it's much. He's just in that. Last
We had 25 overs before that. We've had 15 overs, and they take the score from 53 for 2 to 113 for 2.
And Babar Azam terrific there, 41 or 40. 41 or 40. I was just thinking, I haven't seen batting so authoritative. I was going to say this summer. I don't know, maybe Stokes might challenge that. But he's looked terrific. And given how he had to work so hard the last half hour before lunch, when we're really bombing well, giving nothing away. They've let it slip a little bit in there, but Babar has just put away anything that's offline. He's tormented Bess a bit when he's come on, and yet Bess has almost picked up one Masood twice. Broad couldn't get much out of this pitch straight after lunch. It's an intriguing test ahead of us. I think both sides might be grateful for the fact they've got quite a lot of bowlers in their team, because I think once the ball gets older, and if the sun comes out for a day or two, batting might be quite an attractive proposition now.
On the other hand, we've seen Bess turn a couple on the first day. And that one banks as well to Babar Azam.
You never know with Old Trafford, in one of the games here, the ball turned more on the first day than it did on days sort of 2 and 3. But they keep saying this is a drier pitch, so that doesn't quite tell you either. Certainly he's made a couple turn. The one that got the edge, that turned. So if Pakistan can get a total here, they've got a lot of ammunition in their team.
They have, they've got an all-round attack. They've got a left armour, they've got a pacey right armour, they've got a steady right armour, and they've got 2 leg spinners. It's going to be Dom Bess to continue after the drinks break. It is getting darker at Old Trafford. The light's beginning to take over. He's bowling to Masood, the left-hander. He'll enjoy that more. Probably bowling at Babar. He's got a silly point and a slip. Here goes Bess into bowl to Masood. He's quietly forward, playing defensively to a ball fraction outside the off stump, rolls away into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Not many left-handers in this Pakistan lineup, but they do have one at the top of the order, and Bess is bowling to at the moment. Bess goes in and bowls. It's been 2 shorts, forced away, hard into the ground. He's bobbling out towards extra cover where it's picked up by Rory Burns. You can see the shadows being cast by Burns as he feels that 4 shadows in the 4 floodlight pylons. 113 for 2. Bess round the wicket to the left-hander. Down the leg side. And goes through for a quick single there. Off the pad, just flicking the pad of Masood. Disappointing for him. It means he's got a bowl of Babar now, who's more short. You feel as if Bess could get Shan Masood out. But Babar, perhaps not so much, not on the evidence so far. Bowling with deep cover, Jofra Archer. We'll see. Babar's up very solid. Here goes Bess to him, that's forward, blocking that back down the pitch. It's picked up by Bess, and there's no run. 2 men out, 2 close catches. Bess bowling to Babar Azam. Bess back to his mark, spins himself a catch, and moves in again to bowl to Babar. He's down the pitch and he's hammering this over deep mid-wicket. I think he was slightly beaten in the flight there. It was a bit of a slog in the end, but it's gone out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone away for 4 out towards the point. Thrashed by Babar to take him to 49. Michael Vaughan is here.
Yeah, good afternoon. He's a brilliant player, Babar. You can't expect a young off spinner to bowl to this field. You spin it into the right-hander. There's no one out on the onside. You've got a cover point on the boundary, a backward point to save that single. It's such an easy shot for a player of Babar Azam's quality. Just 1 bounce 4. Now they're going to put mid-wicket on. They're chasing the game a bit, England. The afternoon session, they've been so poor. Well, so many bad deliveries. Pakistan are capitalising. There's problems because Babar Azam is a high-class player, and you feel that, when England played the West Indies, if a Roston Chase or a Jermaine Blackwood got into 50 or 60, you always felt they were going to give it away. Babar Azam of late in Test match cricket has been used to getting big scores.
They've got that man back now at deep mid-wicket or count corner, whatever you like. Here is Bess tossing that up outside the off stump, guided away by Babar, the slightly open face to the left of cover, Burns. And the reason he just stroked it into the offside is because that was his 50th run. I'll have my 50, thank you very much. He's played superbly so far. We saw him last summer in England score lots of runs in white ball cricket. And he's come out his first innings of this tour, and he's reached a half century in good time as well.
69 balls, reaches half century with 9 fours. It's his 19th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. His 12th in his last 11 Test matches, 18 innings in that time. He's averaging 77 with a strike rate of 66 per 100 balls. So he is one of the form players in world cricket.
Yeah, he's a class player, but it looks to me like England are asking Dominic Bess to bowl a line that you would expect him to bowl when there's footholes and days 3 and 4. It's the first day with no real rough for him to aim for. He's just going to bowl a little bit more.
Is Archer bowling? Oh, that's flicked away by Babar. Got into a tangle there. He gets it down to deep back with square leg. It was a tumbling save. It wasn't the most convincing pull shot from Babar Azam. The Archer was steaming in the last over against him, and the umpires now, having seen that, seeing Babar struggled to some extent to play that. Yeah, he took his eye off it. It was like a flip shot, really, rather than a full-blooded pull shot. First time he's really got into a tangle.
It's going off.
And they're going to go off, yeah. And I mentioned the fact that the light was closing in. And the clouds are coming over Old Trafford, and they're going off the bad light.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of rain in the air as well, Simon. And I think if you look to our left, it looks quite filled in. I think the umpires have made quite a sensible call with a few spots in the air. And they may feel that it's going to be coming. It was always due around 3 o'clock. I think of the two teams, England will be delighted to get off just to try and regroup, readdress what they've delivered in the last hour, because it's been poor. Pakistan very, very good, but I just look at the way that Dom Bess is being asked to bowl on a day 1 wicket, which is like that tiger attacking line outside of off stump, which opens up pretty much both sides of the wicket, because you have to have your protection on the offside. It takes it away from the onside. It's spinning into the right hander, so it's such an easy one to go with the spin through the onside, as we've just seen from Babar Azam. You wouldn't expect Dominic Bess on day 1 to be ripping through a Pakistan batting line, but what you'd want from him is to be consistent, bowl, almost stump to stump, hold an end, try and chip away, more of a threat to the left-hander, as we saw. I mean, it was a relatively straightforward drop catch for Josh Buttler behind the stumps. You'd expect to take that. He sees it all the way. It's a forward defence. He didn't get his hands up quick enough. But to the right-hander, you've just got to try and bowl for a few dots, and it's just too aggressive and too attacking the line that he's being asked to bowl to Babar Azam, and he's moved beautifully, 52 from 71. It's always when a player like Babar Azam arrives, and you pretty much look at that batting line, there's some good players in there, but for Pakistan to win over here, you'd feel that Babar Azam has to have a 400-run series, something like that, maybe a few more. And he's had the perfect start. He's looked in complete control, great balance. I don't remember him playing and missing a ball, maybe one early on.
First ball he got, absolutely beauty,
that's
didn't
the
it?
first one, yeah. He looks, it's his balance now, isn't it? Flew past mid-on. Yeah, high class. I think we're here for a while, Simon.
Yeah.
Come on, Andy, help us out.
Well, Babar's century was off 70 balls. I think I said 69 against England. Only the second innings he's played against England, he made 68 at Lords 2 years ago before having to retire hurt. He's now 113 undefeated against England, and so we're talking about his extraordinary recent form: 4 centuries, 2 other 50s in his last 5 tests, and now 5 hundreds and 6 other 50s in his last 11.
So he's 25 years of age as well, so he's not old. He's got a lot ahead of him, Babar Azam. He's a good all-round player as well, excellent all-round player. It's not just Test cricket, it's white ball cricket as well. His T20 average is something like 54.
Yeah, and I think also it's his scoring rate. He scores at a good rate of knots. He's got such a game against the quick bowlers. He's got balance on front and back foot. Plays the spinners with control but aggression as well. The sheiks are being put out there now. That's not a good sign. I mean, the forecast is for a couple of hours of rain. We may get some more cricket later on in the day. England will hope to get an hour or so if they can do. Try and get back into the Test match.
Yeah, we've had 40.1 overs. The score is 121 for 2. Babar Azam's 52 not out, and Shan Masood is there on 45. He scored, last time I looked, 66% of his runs behind square on the offside.
So I know you did that on television, didn't you, Simon? Yeah, that's where I saw you doing your little TV piece with the graphics.
Highlights tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yes.
It's raining quite hard now.
Yeah, It's, I mean, it is forecast for a couple of hours, and hopefully it'll blow away and we'll get some cricket around 5 o'clock. That's a potential chance. I don't know what Jonathan Agnew, the weather, he says no chance though.
Yeah.
The pessimist in the box. I'm more of an optimist. I think we might get some later on. He's showing me a map, maybe not.
It's been what the theme of the series really. First days blighted by bad weather, and then some good cricket afterwards. Well, we've seen plenty of good cricket today. It's been very competitive. It's been a real sort of seesaw cricket. Pakistan not taking away from England this afternoon, but they've done sort of what they've set out to do when they won the toss this morning. The last thing, of course, last thing any team wants to be a 65, but there was a danger of that potentially happening this morning with overcast conditions. Anderson, Broad, Woakes, Archer, but Pakistan have taken that away, so they've given themselves a chance of a decent first innings score. And he's ultimately actually disappeared from the box, saying that if you get 300 plus here at Old Trafford, I mean, you can often you go on to win the game.
But also, I mean, the rain's come at the perfect time for England, because another hour of Babar, Azam and Shah and Masood playing the way that we've just seen for that 30-40 minutes, that score would have raised to 180. So England can regroup. I'm sure Chris Silver and the bowling coach Graham Welsh should be sitting with his bowlers and saying there's two schools of thought: is to go back to real basics and set defensive fields and try and build dots that way. Particularly from the spinner, I think they've been a bit too aggressive with his line, bowling wide of off stump to the right-hander. But the other school of thought is to go to the short stuff, like we saw them against the West Indies.
Well, it was just happening there, wasn't it? Archer was just beginning to do that. He bowled 4 in a row against Babar Azam.
Yeah, and Stuart Broad produced a decent spell. There was Ben Stokes in that second test here that bowled a long spell. Maybe England needed to go to that a little bit sooner, but I'm sure just that little spell in the dressing room where your coaches can sit down and just kind of calm a few temperaments down and say, come on, just get the basics delivered. They didn't deliver the basics well enough. England's basics in that session were very, very poor. They just allowed Pakistan to score too freely.
Mark's here as well, Mark Ramprakash, who, good afternoon, not so long ago would have been in that dressing room with one of the coaching staff trying to, what do you say, calm things down a bit.
Well, I don't know what coaches do. That's
well, we take the wrappers off the sandwiches.
Yeah.
Tea time.
Very important job.
No, I didn't mean it in that way. I know what coaches do, but in this situation, I don't know what this kind of thought process would be. But I'm sure the bowling coach would be sitting with the captain and Jimmy and Stuart Broad saying, "Come on, what do you reckon? What do you reckon in the last hour?"
Well, certainly when I was involved, Otis Gibson would be sitting with Joe Root and the bowlers, whether it be together or just in a one-to-one way. But you're really looking for a coherent strategy, and I felt in that session, young Dominic Bess, and of course he's a very young bowler, but he really was up against a class act in Azam, and it was classic batting in the way that initially when they started out, Joe Root gave him a deep mid-wicket and a deep point, and Babar Azam played into the spin, which is a difficult skill, albeit on a first day pitch where there's not a lot of turn, but he hit the ball through extra cover a couple of times. There was a field change, the deep mid-wicket came up and another man went over onto the offside, and then that meant that Babar Azam had basically a free hit with the spin over deep mid-wicket, and he duly obliged. So he was manipulating the field around really as he wanted. And so Dominic Bess, as a young spinner in that situation, you've really got to have a clear plan. And the field that they ended with, I think they put a deep mid-wicket out, but the deep square leg came up. I've not seen that for an off-spinner before. So I don't know who's setting that field. I don't know whether it's Joe Root or the bowler. But it needs to be aligned, that thinking and a plan. I mean, predominantly he's on because he can bowl at the left-hander, Shan Masood. He needs to bowl more balls at him and keep him on strike. He's not been able to do that so far. So that was happening at one end. With Jofra Archer, this spell that he was bowling, I think that's why he's in the side. Because he's an excellent line and length bowler, but he's there to provide a bit of an X factor around the 35-40 over mark. When things get a bit flat, that's when I think he needs to step up. But at the same time, again, with the field placing, it needs to be absolutely sure what is our plan. So he had 2 slips, gully 3 in the offside ring. Well, that's like, county cricket, that's like a 80-mile-an-hour bowler running up trying to hit the top of half. you know, and I think Jofra, of course, is a young man. He's still finding his way, but as a captain, I think that's when you grab the game, because you've got to be really one step ahead, not one step behind. And that partnership of Archer and Bess, just for the previous 20 minutes, didn't really work very well at all.
So Archer bowling to Babar Azam when he started to get short. You're right. You've got to have a couple in on the leg side, basically.
Well, you've got to think short leg. You've got to think potentially square leg on the boundary or 45 catcher. You might have him at 45 catcher to say, go on, the pull shot's on. You've got a fine leg for that top edge. If he plays a pull shot well, you probably put your square leg back. Just a bit too traditional with not the right feels for what you expect from a Jofra Archer kind of bowler on this kind of wicket now. I mean, Dominic Bess, the advice I'd be giving him to would be the backward point that you put to save the single. Don't worry about giving Babar Azam a single. You know, you want to be bowling to Shah Masood. So if he plays a forward defence and the outside edge is found to that space at backward point, at least you're bowling to the left-hander. So don't be too concerned if Babar Azam's not down the business end, because you want to be attacking the left hand. He's already found his outside edge. And again, that's a bit of experience, but also that experience isn't there from the bowler. So that's when you need your captain and your senior players to go, look, it's not negative. Even put mid-on back to Babar Azam. Put him on the boundary, give him a one. You know, it's the first day of pitch, there's no... You're not saying it's so negative that you don't think you can get him out, but in your own mind, you've got to be thinking, who do you want to bowl to? And if it is that you go, thank you very much, first ball to the over, Babar, oh, you've got a signal, then you can cram Shah Masood and say, right, I've got you now. The last thing he would want then is an easy single to Shah Masood. So that's just a little bit of cricket thinking that, you know, he should really be doing that, even though he's a young off-spinner. I still think he should, at this level, be able to think that for himself. But, you know, little periods like that, England are lucky the rain came, because now they can regroup in the dressing room, come out whenever it may be, whether it's later on or tomorrow morning with a different style. I'm sure they'll be sitting down and coming out with some more basic plans. Because if they've had another half an hour of that, you know, Test cricket, you can lose a Test match within a session if you have a really bad session, whether it's with the bat or with the ball. And, you know, Pakistan capitalised, the class players. I mean, Babar Azam is... You know, you can put him in that top bracket. You know, I think we put that four of Virat Kohli, Steve Smith, Kane Williamson. You know, there's people that question whether Joe Root should be in that four. I understand that he's not been as consistent as those three, but Babar Azam of late has been. You know, he has been definitely good enough, and his runs match to be put into that top three that I mentioned. You know, he's that good a player that if a player like Babar comes and plays like we saw Steve Smith last year, Marnus Labuschagne, individual batsmen in English conditions can win your Test matches, because it can be tight series where 300, 350 can be pardoned. If one player sticks his hand up and gets you 150 of them, it can win you a Test match.
The rain is bizarrely, I think it's stopped.
Don't be so surprised, Simon.
You said it was going to be raining.
Well, just language, so we might as well get our canoes and go home.
There's actually some blue sky waves to that. It's really bizarre, although behind it actually does look filled in. I think it's one of those interludes, so that's why they're not taking the covers off. But that shower that went over the ground, it seems to have stopped. And the fourth umpire's down there with his umbrella down. So, I mean, in theory, they should just be taking the covers off and getting on with the game. But it may well be that there's a bit more rain to come.
It's hard for groundsmen, isn't it? When you see a radar and you go, oh, that looks like there's at least 2 or 3 hours of dew. So you put the full Monty on. And then the rain does it, you go, oh no, we've got to take it off again. As soon as they take it off, it probably starts to rain again. So it's very difficult.
How well has Shan Masood played?
Well, I think he's done terrifically well. I mean, I can't emphasise how difficult it is for someone like Shan Masood, who's been out so many times to the same bowler, Jimmy Anderson, and for those scars that he will have had from the 2016 series, he's battled through that opening spell from Broad and Anderson, and you could see that, you know, he just, in over time, he got a couple of thick outside edges through the gully region, but got away with it. And his body language improved, and his footwork improved, and he started to find the middle of the bat a little bit with his defensive shots, and he's occupied the crease. And in English conditions, in Test match cricket, from your openers, I think you're looking for someone to really book in for bread and breakfast, if you like, and build a platform with some other players to try and get yourself to a first innings score. So yeah, I think he's a really important cog in that Pakistan top order, of course, he's a left-hander, which we've mentioned. So constantly, England bowlers, if Pakistan have picked up the quick singles really well this morning, there weren't many bad balls flying around, but they did manage to rotate the strike, which means that England bowlers are constantly having to adjust their line and length, sometimes move from over the wicket to round the wicket. The slip cordon's got to move. Woakes has got to run 70 yards from fine leg to fine leg to change. And it's annoying for a fielding side. And so he's occupied the crease as a left-hander along with the other right-handers. And I think he's shown really good temperament. Azam Mahmood was talking about how he's grown in maturity in recent months and had some very good scores. And, batting at the top of a test match batting lineup, is very, very difficult. And for a player to come here in English conditions, it's the ultimate, I think, examination of your defensive technique. Yes, when the bad ball's there, bang, put it away, but you're going to get tested in and around that off stump, and so far he's done extremely well.
Yeah, I think Rob made a really good point about the rotation of strike, and he's been so on it to nick singles. Again, you go back to the last series against the West Indies. I didn't think they did that enough. I didn't think they were busy enough as partnerships. You know that you're facing Broad and Anderson. What do they hate? Going for runs. How can you wind them up? Try and nick singles, try and get under the skin in that kind of way. You know that they're so experienced that 80% of the deliveries are going to be on that corridor, that horrible kind of forward defence length. You know the ball's going to be nibbling. You know there's going to be pressure. So if you can get down the other end and kind of frustrate them in that way, it's the best way to play against. So I mean, we were talking last week about combinations in Test match cricket, and this combination here with the duke ball in English conditions is as hard a combination that you're ever going to come up against. So you imagine last night, Shan Masood, he's been out to Jimmy 6 times, and he's taking over, here we go. You know you're not going to get a leg stump half volley, you're not going to get a short wide one. There's players like Sean Pollard, when I opened the batting game, you just know that you're going to have to bat for 10 overs and your score's going to probably reach 6 at best, because you're just not going to get any free deliveries. And I think that's why the likes of Dom Sibley, Shan Masood, I just think you need those kind of players in your test team. As Ram said, you need players that, for one, they just love batting. They'll bat all day, they'll bat in the nets all day, I love that. And they're not going to just throw their hands at a wide one or try and play a pull shot from a decent length delivery. They're just going to hang in. That's what they are there to do. They're born and bred to just hang in there. And Shan Masood is the absolute perfect fall for the English game. In these conditions, when there is a little bit of nibble, he doesn't and hasn't. I think 2 years ago, whenever they came, he kind of threw his hand at a few deliveries. It looks to me like he's really worked on his technique to keep his hands tight, close in. He's played and missed it a few, but if you're going to come to England and not play and miss, you're some kind of player. So he has been a perfect foundation setter for this Pakistan batting lineup.
Yeah, it's a good point you make about the running between the wickets. I mean, a few times today we thought, that could be a run out, but all he's doing there, he's sort of right. We're looking for the single, so sometimes you're coming down the pitch, almost offering it. Can you come? No, and you feel there is the possibility of a run out, but also it gives you so much positivity in your batting as well to keep that ball ticking.
Well, it's a mindset and it's a body language. Your body language isn't always in a way that you're smacking the ball for 4. You'd love to be in that kind of language all the time, but again with a duke ball it's impossible. So if you're looking for quick singles, your feet are going, your mind's in a real strong positive mind frame, and also the way to play against Broad and Anderson is to wind them up. Try and frustrate them, and if you can just keep rotating the strike, I mean, Rams has been in the dressing room recently with them. I'm talking 12 years ago when I played with them. Back then they were grumpy if they went for a run. So I try to think what they're like now as senior pros in the team. They hate going for a run. So if you can nick singles, and then what do? You can see them looking at fielders going, you should have saved that. Why haven't you saved me that single? And all of a sudden you can see it. It's not cracks appearing in England's side, but you can just see a little bit of fraction, which is exactly what you want from a Pakistan perspective.
The situation here at Old Trafford at the moment is it's not raining. The light is not particularly good. Those clouds still moving in from the northwest, west-northwest, that sort of area, which suggests the possibility of more rain, possibly more bad light. Pakistan 121 for 2 when the players came off. Abid Ali was bowled by Archer for 16. 2 short balls in the previous over, one which left him on his backside, and then Archer pitching one up, getting one through the gate. And Abid Ali bowled for 16, and then Azhar Ali, LBW to Woakes for 0 when he reviewed.
just on-off stump and hitting as well. It was a good decision. Babar's come out and played really well, and Shan Masood has dug in and used that thickish outside edge very well down towards the third man area and gone to 45. At the moment, it was just in that waiting period.
Do you think this is too dark?
It's probably okay at the moment. By the time they get back on, that dark cloud will be over the ground. It will be too dark. You know, it's that. It's just frustrating. The wind's dropped as well. You see, the wind's been blowing sort of across the ground from left to right as we look at it from the media end. Almost, I think, for about 2 weeks. At the moment, the flags are not moving, or they're barely fluttering. So it suggests the wind's dropped. It might be that those clouds are just going to hang over the ground. I mean, it has been frustrating up here with the bad light. The feeling is sometimes we should just get on with the game, really, and play as much as we possibly can. Hold on, I see T has been taken. I've just seen the signal for T from one of the umpires out on the ground there. Looks like it anyway. T signal's been made, so there we go.
I think I'll have some tea as well.
3:10, so that's a suggestion of an early tea. See where we are in 20 minutes' time, see whether we can resume.
I've just had this box delivered here, Sam, from Ellie. He's made some lemon drizzle cupcakes.
What have you thought of the cricket so far, Michael?
Yeah, very good. The cakes are a bit better, and this is beautiful stuff. She's very, very good with the lemon drizzle. Ellie,
Right,
recommended.
I'm going to tuck into one in a moment. Okay, right. Awaiting news a restart here. We're going to reflect on a remarkable match last night. Ireland beating England's one-day side in the last over by 7 wickets. Kevin Howells, Michael McNamee from Radio Ulster, and former England batsman Michael Carberry. The story of a special evening in Southampton.
OK, it's not the stage of the World Cup Bangalore 2011, but it is the World Cup Super League, and another very famous Irish victory over England here at Southampton. Kevin O'Brien involved again, scoring the winning runs, but it was much more than that. England-Ireland with an Ireland victory by 7 wickets. England 328 all out, put into bat by Ireland, despite the fact they'd lost the first 2 matches in this series. Roy, Bairstow and Vince were out quite cheaply, then Morgan and Banton with a fantastic partnership, including a sensational century from Owen Morgan scoring 106, young Tom Banton with a 58. Later on, David Willey contributed 51 runs as well, to total 328 all out with 1 ball left of the 50. Young with figures of 3 for 53, Little 2 for 62. Camphor, you can't keep him out of this series with 2 for 68. And then the Ireland reply. It really was going to have to be something very special to get them anywhere close. And they did get close, and they got over the line. Paul Stirling making 142, Andrew Balbirnie 113, young 20-year-old Harry Tector not out 29, Kevin O'Brien not out 21, and eventually with 1 ball left, they pulled off this 7-wicket victory, one that one of my colleagues alongside me, Michael McNamee, will be talking about for a long, long time to come. So too, I reckon, Michael Carberry. But let us start off with you, Michael McNamee. Try and put in context for us what that victory means for Irish cricket tonight.
Well, I suppose any Irish victory over England, Kevin, is a moment of joy. We'll have people celebrating back home. We'll have people celebrating across the world. But this is a victory to demonstrate that the first 2 batting performances in this series were aberrations. This was a demonstration that the captain, Balbirnie, can bat. Stirling got back to form, smashed the ball all around the ground. Yes, he rode his luck, but that one was based on that wonderful 214-run partnership for the 2nd wicket. But it was a team performance. Everybody chipped in. The bowlers worked away. The fielders worked away. I mean, at one stage it looked as if England might get, 370, 380, 390 when Owen Morgan was dominant. Yes, there were a couple of moments when catches were dropped by England and things went Ireland's way, but the fact that you have this beautiful performance, this firework performance from Paul Stirling, 142, and Andrew Balbirnie, a century as well, 113 for him. They added the jeopardy and the excitement by getting out But it was the wise old head of Kevin O'Brien and the youngster 20-year-old Harry Tector who saw Ireland home in some style. A thrilling match, a terrific game of cricket.
At the halfway point, Michael Carberry, I think many people, not all, but many people would have been thinking, come the end of it, we're going to be looking back on sensational knock from Owen Morgan, helped out by a very impressive young Tom Banton. We thought Ireland might take it close, but in the end, we're talking about 3 very special innings, aren't we, of Owen Morgan, add to that Paul Stirling and Andrew Balbirnie.
Absolutely, and I've seen it time and time again in county cricket. Someone like Paul Stirling, he's a very, very dangerous operator. He's got good experience at international level. It hasn't happened for him in the first 2 games, but boy, tonight he found his rhythm, found the tempo. He got off the mark with a beautiful punch boundary, and he never looked back. And the support he found in his captain, who again was short of runs, short of confidence. You asked in a situation, you asked your senior men to stand up. Both of them did. They set a magnificent platform. That was probably one of the best one-day partnerships I've seen in a long time. Considering the circumstances, considering they come off 2 really bad defeats. Staring a 3rd one in the eye as well, and the composure. They just took the right options. It didn't look frenetic. It didn't look rushed. It just good tempo, one-day batting. And look, England it'll be a sharp reminder for England. Although yes, they're world champions. Yes, they've played some great cricket over the last 4 years, but it's a sharp reminder, I think, for this England setup that it's a game of constant improvement. You cannot take your foot off the gas against anybody.
It was a mature performance from Ireland, this, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And the way they batted, and nothing better to show that off, but boundaries being found, whether it be the 4s or the 6s, but then the next ball, just a little push.
Yeah, and that was the thing for me that I liked. It was Stirling would find the boundary, or Balbirnie would find the boundary, but then it was the bits in between, the little cute glides, the pushing, the way they played Adil Rashid. There'd been all sorts of trouble against Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali to some degree. They've been showing Moeen Ali a lot of respect in the first 2 games. Moeen Ali ran up 10 overs to 35 in the first game. They played him beautifully.
Let's get some reaction, shall we? Nikesh Regani is with Paul Stirling.
Paul, very well batted today. A special day for Irish cricket.
A win against England in their own turf. It's pretty nice to get across the line, and most importantly to get 10 points on the board in this new league, so we're delighted with that. It's a pretty solid performance in the end.
What were you thinking at the halfway stage? Because at one point, you had England 44 for 3, but then that wonderful partnership when Owen Morgan got going, it looked as though they were on for quite a bit more. You must have been quite pleased to pull them back to 328, even though, on paper it looks pretty tough.
Yeah, no, I think a huge credit has to go to our bowlers. To get the middle order wickets is quite tough these days in white ball cricket, and we've done that consistently on this trip, so we're delighted to see that continued on, and to be able to pay England back the way we did, even though we had them 3 down early, massive partnership, and then it could have been high 300s, even into the 400s to chase. So the fact that we got a couple of quick wickets there in the middle really helped us.
Looks a very good wicket out there, and it certainly played pretty true. Obviously that helped your game.
Yeah, I think so. It came onto the bat pretty nice as the innings went on. It was still tricky enough in the first 5 overs. It was maybe not coming on quite as well, and then when the lights kicked in and the ball got a little bit older, it got nicer to bat, and you could sort of squeeze boundaries behind square, which was nice.
What does this mean to you to have contributed so well to such an important victory in the history of Irish cricket?
No, it's huge. We need to keep improving every time we play cricket. We only play against the big teams now, and we've got to keep putting in performances, and we need to keep improving. The first 2 performances were disappointing, to say the least, but we were a bit scratchy. We haven't played in a while, and it was nice to get the cobwebs out, even though they were one-day international matches, and then we were able to put in a good performance today. But we need to keep our standards as high as they were today, moving forward.
When you were run out, it looked as though England felt they may have just had a sniff. What was the feeling amongst yourself in the dressing room?
Yeah, it was interesting when we had so many wickets in hand. You always feel confident that you can chase, especially when the run rate hadn't really creeped over 8.5. So yeah, we probably did give them a sniff. The two batters in gave them a chance by getting out, but we hopefully had enough in the tank still to come in, and we managed to get there with a few balls to spare.
Absolutely, and I suppose if you're chasing over 300 odd against England, the key is get off to a good start, set a platform, make sure Kevin O'Brien's there at the end. He's been there and done it before, of course, Bangalore 2011. How crucial was it just to have somebody out there with that nous and that experience?
Absolutely, it's key. Especially it was nice for Harry Tector as well to finish as well. A youngster coming into the side, so to have those two at the crease will only help them both. And it seems like Kevy's getting better with age. To be honest, he seems to be in the best nick of his life. So hopefully that continues for a few more years yet.
That's great, Paul. Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the box.
Paul Sterling talking with Nikesh there. Sorry, Nikesh. Nikesh Regani doing the interviews out there tonight, and there'll be more to come. Michael, Andrew Melburley ahead of the game today said, "Look, I'll be back with you in just a moment." Back to David Willey is now being interviewed.
David, commiserations on this evening, but obviously, you know, for yourself back in the side, and overall, you'd be pretty pleased with your performance in this series.
Yeah, it's been disappointing tonight. Obviously, on a personal level as well, with the ball towards the back end, I was a bit disappointed. But you know, as I said, like, it's been great to be back out wearing the England shirt.
out whether it was true or false. We'll give them maybe a few overs before Dan comes in, as Azam is on strike to Bess. Nice flighted action. Balls. Azam plays it into the short leg. So, the things that people need to consider is why Shadab would not have his own box.
Yeah.
So, where was this incident? As
New Zealand.
Azam covers the ball to the offside.
He never got a chance to bat in the net, so he pushed himself to bat in the nets against Danish Canaria. He hit 2 big sixes on a slug sweep, and then Danish pulled their own and hit him in out.
Hence, spot the googlies. Best bowls. Azam advances, plays it past, short leg out to deep backward square. Jofra Archer shuffles round to collect the ball and underarms it to mid wicket as they come through for 1. Azam moves to 58, 127 for 2. And at that point, as Bess skips forwards, bowls, and it's a miss stumping from Joss Buttler. Masood advancing down the track, looking to launch him up and over the old pavilion. And Buttler with a clear view, extra bit of bounce, it hits him in the shoulder actually, as we look at the replay. And another missed opportunity. So, huge frustration because it would have been the partnership break of these two going along nicely. As Bess continues, he bowls, Masood this time driving off the front foot, staying in his crease, firmly planted as
That's his go-to shot, you know. We've seen him against spinner. He loves going aerial route, but it was opportunity missed by Josh Buttler.
Bess bowls flatter. Masood defends, again starting to stay in the crease, and no run is taken as it falls onto the offside extra cover. So Pakistan 127 for 2, Shan Masood on 45, Babar on 58. A few words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Dan Norcross.
A big opportunity
previous ball was of a similar length and he just stayed in the crease and defended it. And here, he's decided, no, this time I'm going to just smack it back over your head. He's played Bess really, really well, Babar Azam.
He's a stroke maker. He wants to be putting pressure on the bowler, so he won't Bess settle here.
Forward short leg is in and a slip is in as Bess comes in to Babar Azam, who goes back into his crease and works the ball really nicely into the space between the short leg and the mid-wicket out to the deep mid-wicket, and he picks up one more run.
The best thing is he's picking the length so well, you know. If anything slightly short, he moves to the back foot and works the ball to the leg side.
139 for 2. Babar Azam to 69. The left-hander on strike now, who's had that life of Bess's last over. He stays in his crease this time to Shan Masood and pushes the ball back to the bowler, who fields. And there's no run. One ball left in the 49th over. After this, highly unlikely, there's 15 overs left possible in the day. Questions I'm going to be asking of Andy Zoltzman are around rules and regs for today, because it's getting darker by the minute actually. Cut to backward point where Jofra Archer does the fielding. End of the over, as I say, 15 remain, 139 for 2. Shah Masood has 46, Babar Azam has 69. Andy's just either going to make something up or not. I don't think he is. So I think what it amounts to is, my understanding, I think, is that if we had bad light, they would just stay and monitor the light until 7 o'clock. They've got to get out there by 7, and they're looking at the light, and now they're saying this is too manky even for Root and Bess to be bowling. And it is now properly dark, has to be said. We've got the 4 shadows of the fielders are really visible, and so they're going to walk off with 49 overs having been bowled. 139 for 2. Shan Masood, who's been there from the beginning of this long day, 46 from 152 balls. Babar Azam 69 from 100. Another mini session passes, and it's a successful one for Pakistan. It contained 5 balls from Jofra Archer. Then this was, it has to be said, after quite a long wait when the sun was shining, but the outfield was apparently damp, so they couldn't get back out there when the light was good. The moment they did get out there, the light deteriorated. Jofra Archer finished his over, and then the spinners came on to bowl, which in that time an opportunity presented itself when Shan Masood ran down the wicket to Dom Bess. The ball gripped and turned past his outside edge, but it bounced and turned, and it turned into Joss Buttler's left shoulder, and he just couldn't adjust his hands. He certainly couldn't have taken it with the cup down, so he'd have had to flip the hands round and then take it to the stumps. People will be critical and say, maybe he should have risen with the ball, because he did stay quite low, didn't he?
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult, when batsman is charging towards the ball, so sometimes you miss the ball, so it's not easy for the keeper, and it was bounce and spin as well at the same time.
Would he have had a good sight of that? I don't know. I mean, as the batsman was coming down, would the keeper have been able to see that?
That's the thing, because from that angle, sometimes bowler is going towards the ball and you miss the ball and you can't see it from that angle. So
now look, I mean, I'm going to try and give hope to our listeners that there might be more cricket, because away to our left, as I said earlier, there is a brightness in the sky. That brightness is moving not quite at the pace we might like. There is still a breeze, but the flags are sort of flapping rather than staying right out, horizontal, visible to us. So I don't know if we're going to get more play, but we will certainly be hanging around here for quite a while, because until it rains, and I'm not sure it's going to do that, and necessitates the covers coming out, we could be here till 7 o'clock. On the field. They're going to be on the field at 7, yes. So, but this is the point. Therefore, we'll be here till 6:59 because it's bad light. So there's no covers to be removed. If the umpires say, wave the players on, they could wave them on for another couple of overs. What time did they go off, Andy, exactly? Was it 10 past?
I think 10 or 11 past.
10 or 11 past. So we're losing overs now. We're losing some of the 15 overs that theoretically remain to be bowled. And I don't know, I'm actually that light away to our left is encroaching a little bit quicker than I previously anticipated, so I wouldn't rule out play, but it had got very dark when they took the players off. Here's the question I'm going to ask you, Azhar, and this is a campaign that I am trying to get launched. Okay. We raised this about 3 years ago, I think, after a day-night game between England and the West Indies. The following game was played and they kept going off for bad light. And so bear with me with this theory. This is one that I share with Adam Collins and Graham Swan, one a journalist, one the former England spinner. So we know that we can replace the ball if there's something wrong with it. Yep. If it goes out of shape or whatever, we can replace the ball. We also know that if you have a pink ball, you can play through bad light. There is no such thing as bad light in a pink ball game. When the lights come on, it can be this dark, you play with a pink ball. So my question to you is, if we're going to make the game really accessible to people so that play continues, and if there were a crowd here, for example, they'd be wanting to see more play and get value for their money, why don't we, when the light becomes poor, replace the red ball of 49 overs old with a pink ball of 49 overs old and keep playing? And then the following day, when they come back out and the light is fine, replace the pink ball that would then be 64 overs old, because we'd have bowled those 15 overs, with a red ball that's 64 overs old. Why can't we do that?
I need to look at that, this matter, because they need to find the way, because light is on and people, there's no crowd here, but people sitting at home, they want to see the cricket on the TV or listening to the radio, so they want to see cricket going on. But unfortunately there's a rule. I remember I was involved in one of the test...
Oh, something... Right. I'm just having a look at the umpire. Appears to have said play has been abandoned for the day. Well, this is extraordinary. Play has been abandoned for the day. Now, I've been telling you all, sorry to interrupt you, so I just have to bring you this news. And the colours are coming on. I don't quite understand why. Maybe they have seen rain radar or thoughts that rain are coming. And behind us, actually, if I look over to my left, just behind us, there is a big bank of grey cloud, and maybe that is bringing rain that I can't see. Away to my far left, it's a lot brighter. So out come the covers, and the umpires have called it off. So it's kind of doesn't make any difference. My theory would have made no difference because they might have come off for rain.
But changing, like you asked, a 40-year-old red ball, and then you play. Where you going to get that 41-over-old ball, pink ball, and then, after 65-over-old ball, or you're going to use the same ball?
Yeah, you bring them all. I mean, if you have a pink ball game, you have a whole box of pink balls. So the way I see it is that if I was a kid and I went and I was starting to watch cricket, and if the very first game I went to watch was a day-night test where there's no bad light, if the second test I went to was a normal day test, I would wonder, why are they going off for bad light? They didn't have to have bad light in the game that I first saw, the one I watched last week. What is bad light? I don't understand. And I just think sometimes we always think about what's fair for one side or the other. Well, sometimes it's not fair that one side gets the bat first on a pitch that's going to get worse. It's not fair that one ball swings a bit more than another ball.
It's not fair that one country has way more money and resources than another.
Exactly. Well, exactly. The game is not fair, and sometimes we think too much about what's fair, and we forget that what's sort of faintly ludicrous, and bad light is kind of ludicrous when we've abolished bad light with the pink ball. Anyway, enough of that. We'll obviously come back to this because I may not in this test match, because the weather forecast is actually rather lovely from now on in. But what we do know is that 41 overs have been lost today. That means that we have late finishes for the next 4 days if it goes that far. 8 overs can be made up. So in total, only actually 9 overs have been lost in this match, because 32 overs
can be made back, so out of the 41. So it's really not a significant amount of time lost in this match, nothing like the amount that's been lost in the 3 matches against the West Indies. So I don't think this is going to make the chances of a draw that much greater, for example. And I think Pakistan will be absolutely delighted with their day's work, because they batted in quite awkward overhead conditions on a muggy day against England's much vaunted seam attack with a new ball, and they have survived it. They lost those 2 wickets in the first session. Around about noon, they were 43 for 2 wickets for Jofra Archer, who removed Abid Ali. He's got 1 for 23 from 10 overs, and then Woakes got the captain, Azhar Ali, out. LBW, it was reviewed, but it was found to be plumb hitting, so Pakistan lost that review. And at that point, we did wonder for Pakistan, because Chris Woakes and Jofra Archer were bowled quite magnificently in tandem for that hour before lunch. Then after lunch, well, Babar Azam really got away from England. He finishes the day unbeaten on 69 from 100 balls and has played some absolutely sumptuous, glorious shots. And Shan Masood at the other end, the left-handed opener who had a torrid time in England in the past, he has 46 from 152 balls. Hasn't been pretty to watch, but it's been incredibly effective for Pakistan, and it's put them in a strong position on a pitch we expect to dry out and take turn later on. So 139 for 2, 49 overs have been bowled. It is the close of play. I'm going to make way for Jonathan Agnew, but first, Azhar, just if you could assess that day from a Pakistan viewpoint for us.
I think it was a great day for Pakistan. At lunch, the game was evenly poised for both teams, and after that lunch session, Pakistan played really well. These 2 guys, especially Babar Azam, we saw some great shots on a front foot, his cover drive, and on a back foot as well. So Shan Masood's role here, so he has to play a long period of time. The other batsmen can play around him. So I thought he's played beautifully, and he was lucky enough, got a couple of chances. 1 catch and 1 stump's been missed by Buttler. It was a tough chance, but I thought overall Pakistan is happy for the score, 139 for 2.
I think they will, yes, thank you, as ever much indeed, for filling the void there. It's again, just adds a little bit of intrigue to all of this, because they've stopped for bad light, and yet they could be playing, or could be waiting until 7 o'clock before calling it off. So I'm not quite sure what's happened here. They're just taking the view, I suppose, that light's not going to get any better, and they'll just pull the plug on it now. But again, not for the first time this summer. It has all been a little bit confusing, but disappointing really that that play should have ended quite as it has done. So we'll have our review of the day, and this of course can be downloaded as a podcast as and when you like. The usual places, bbc.co.uk/cricket and so on. So, close of play on the first day, the first test between England and Pakistan at Emirates Old Trafford. Truncated day again, only 49 overs were possible, bit of rain, some bad light, and unfortunately just those 49 overs were able to be bowled before the umpire decided that they'd had enough for the day. In that time, Pakistan, who won the toss, decided to bat first, including 2 leg spinners in their team, by the way, reached 139 for 2 from those 49 overs. They lost Abid Ali, the opener, was bowled by Archer for 16, a ball that came back at him, went through the gate. That was 36 for 1. Azhar Ali, the captain, didn't last long. He got a duck, in fact. LBW to Woakes, he reviewed it because he knew that the ball had hit the bat, but a very good decision by the umpire, who correctly adjudged that the ball actually hit the pad before the bat. And so Azhar was out with the score on 43 for 2. We've seen a delightful innings of 69 not out from Babar Azam, who's hit 11 fours in that. Shah Masood, the other opener, well, he'd given a couple of chances, most noticeably a stumping chance off Bess, who has found some spin, some early spin, and this is a drier pitch, I think it's fair to say, than the first 2 test matches that we've seen here. But there was that stumping chance. The ball hit Buttler up on the shoulder, to be fair to him, but he is 46 not out at the end of this first day. Bowling wise, Anderson 8 overs for 32, Stuart brought 11 overs for 24, Woakes and Archer the wicket takers. Woakes 1 for 14, Archer 1 for 23, Dominic Bess unlucky, no wicket for 30 from 9, and Joe Root bowled 3 overs as he tried valiantly
but unsuccessfully in the end to keep England in the field, to keep play going. England, I should have mentioned as a last comment before handing over to Michael Vaughan and Azhar Mahmood, is that they are unchanged from the team that beat the West Indies here last week. So was Stokes ruled unable to bowl, maybe, we shall see, but certainly unlikely to bowl in this match. So England unchanged. Let's start with Michael Vaughan, shall we? Lots of funny things today, not least the way that plays ended. It's all a bit unsatisfactory, isn't it? The lights on, burning off all sorts of electricity. It's almost getting to the point there's no point in having them on, because the umpires have just decided to go off a bad light anyway.
Yeah, and there's no point in us talking about it, Abbas, because we've spoken about it for pretty much all summer, for the last few years at Test match cricket. It seems to me that the conditions have to be perfect or you don't play. I reckon we've missed probably an hour and 15 minutes more of cricket. We had obviously a shower in the afternoon. You can't play in the rain. They didn't get out there quick enough after the rain delay. I just can't get my head around the fact that TV companies around the globe are paying a huge amount of money, and at the minute there's no crowds around the ground, and this is the only Test match that's going on, which will be watched by millions around the whole globe. Yet we haven't had cricket for the last hour and a half. It's frustrating because we've seen some real quality cricket, and we end up on a sour note because once again we're kind of looking at the ground staff doing their work, which they do so well, and we feel that cricket could still be being played. When you think there was 2 off spinners bowling, and we went off for bad light, and Pakistan are 139 for 2 with 2 players, one near 50 and one outstanding player, Babar Azam, on 69. It just doesn't make sense. I keep saying it, when is Test match cricket going to learn? But in Babar Azam, we've already seen in 69 runs and 100 balls at his face a player of outstanding quality. And I look at him in particular, and I looked at the West Indies series. I never ever thought they had enough runs in them to beat the England team. Even though they won that first Test match, I never ever felt that they could get enough runs, particularly here in Manchester, to put pressure on the England side. In Babar Azam, there's a player that you could say could do quite easily what Steve Smith did last summer. And if he has the series that we know he could have, England could be in serious trouble. And for whatever reason, August, today, England have not looked quite right. They've not quite looked as on it as we saw against the West. And whether it's because they've come up against more quality, whether we've gone on a pitch that's slightly slower and not doing as much, whether it's the fact that they're bowling first, and they're not trying to read the conditions as well as they do when they bowl second. But I think we are in for a classic series, because Pakistan are a better team than we saw just a week or so ago, the West Indies.
Yeah. We'll pick up those points in a minute. Azhar Mahmood is also here. Are you frustrated about, you play so much county cricket as well as the whole question of light and weather in England. I know there's not a lot you can do about it, but do you share the frustration that you feel there might have been more play today?
Yeah, definitely. When the 2 spinners were on and umpire offered the lights, and they said spinner can bowl, there's no point having to come out on this light, it wasn't dangerous. When Archer was bowling, yes, it was dangerous because he's bowling 90 miles an hour and bowling a bouncer. It might be dangerous for the batsman to can't see the ball because it's red ball, we are using red ball. But when the spinner is on, it's highly frustrating, as Michael said. Yes. It's not good for the game.
It's interesting, we're just making the point on TMS earlier, whether the fact there isn't a crowd here, there isn't an angry mob shouting, get on with it, and the umpires will have regulations and protocols and everything else set by ICC, but I just wonder if that live presence of 20,000 angry people that there isn't play doesn't have something to do with it.
Yeah, no question, Abbas. I think it would have made a difference, but that for me makes the decision even worse, because why should it take 20,000 in the crowd? Why should it take a rowdy temporary stand to our left singing a few songs, probably making a beer snake or two to make cricket get back on? Test cricket has to have the answer, whether it's to change the colour of the ball to pink so you can see it more so, whether it's just to change the protocol in terms of you just get on and play. Clearly if it's deemed dangerous you have to be very careful, but throughout this summer of cricket, and it's been a great effort to get the game on in the times that we're in, to think that cricket has done so much to get the game on, yet keeps walking off. It just does not make any sense.
It almost adds to the frustration, doesn't it?
Spent an absolute fortune getting these teams over there. They've given up so much, and you get a chance to play and you don't play. It's just absolutely nonsense.
It does seem strange. The pink ball's an interesting one, because
you'd have to have a huge range of pink balls that are matching more or less the wear of the one that you're using in the match that you started with, wouldn't you? I guess is it?
Don't you think, Aggers, we're getting to a stage, because this is happening too often now, isn't it right just to play with the pink ball
all the way through?
Just play with the pink ball. I go and watch a lot of junior cricket, a lot of adult cricket on an evening, and they play with a pink ball, and they're playing. I know it's not Test cricket, of course it's not, but they play at 9 o'clock. And you can see because it's a pink ball.
Yes.
Surely.
Might extend a few bowling careers. I think Azhar's getting his bowling boots back on.
But Test cricket, Aggers, has to have the answer rather than seeing what we're seeing here, which the game isn't being played. The product that we love is not being there. It's not there for us to see because. It's just this kind of ritual with Test match cricket that it's almost that the conditions has to be perfect for the game to be carried on. You're telling me now that one-day cricket wouldn't be played now? Of course it would be.
Yes, it would.
T20, of course it would be. Test cricket has to get into the new world of what we're about is entertainment. The game has to get on whenever and wherever possible, and they should have played a lot more today.
Can't argue with that, to be honest. I reckon if I were a Pakistan supporter, I might be quite happy with the situation, Azhar, because especially with the ball, and Don Bess is not a big spinner of the ball naturally, an off spinner, but he's already found some bounce as well.
Yeah, definitely. As a Pakistani point of view, Shadab Khan and Yasir Shah must be licking their fingers right now because they saw some turn with a finger spinner first day of the Test match, and they have to bowl the fourth innings. So looking at the scorecard, I thought Babar Azam showed his class today, and he was brilliant. We know how good a player he is, and he against a quality lineup. And I must give credit to Shan Masood. He got a couple of chances, but he's hanging there. His role is to play a long period of time, and the other player can come and play with him. I thought in England point of view, I thought up front they were slightly short in my opinion. If I was a bowling coach for them, I would saying to my bowlers, pitch the ball up. I don't mind if you go for a few runs, but you got 3 slips and a gully hanging there for that booming drive, and you can get people out in the slips.
I must admit, I'd agree with that. It's hard to say to someone like Jimmy Anderson, nearly 600 wickets. You might have been a couple of feet short there, Jimmy, but especially to Shan Masood, who's got such a strong record against anyway, really playing from the crease early on, wasn't he? I think he felt he could have just got another couple of feet.
Don't you think it's been a slight problem for the England Test team? If you look at when they've had struggles, it's when they've been asked to bowl first or bat second. It's generally the batting collapses that has cost them. But I also think the bowlers haven't been, when they've bowled first, as quick to react to the right lengths. They're always very good when they bat first and they can see the conditions by being in the dressing room, assessing, and then they go out to bowl. And generally, when they bat first, England, they're a very, very difficult team to beat because they like getting runs on the board, and then the bowlers know exactly the conditions that they're going to be bowling in. And with Jimmy and Stuart Broad, they can pretty much land it on a one-pence piece whenever they wish. And I think they were a yard too short today. And I always think in English conditions, if you're getting driven down the ground straight early, it's not a bad thing. I didn't see enough balls go down towards the V, mid-on and mid-off early. A lot of the balls going square of the wicket. I don't think it was an easy pitch to find length because it was almost sitting in a little bit of tennis ball. It was just springing off a length, so I don't think it was easy to find the length. But I do think there's a little bit of a common pattern that when England are asked to bowl first and bat second, there seems to be this common trend in the way that they play Test match cricket is they don't tend to always find the right lengths on day one, and they don't always, we'll wait and see in this Test match, bat as well as they do when they bat first. So it's going to be a real test for them this week.
Yeah, as you see, the last Test match we played at Lords, the Pakistani bowlers' length were much fuller than the England bowlers. So, Jimmy Anderson and Broad got 1,100 wicket between them. They know each and everything. But I think as a bowler, you want to pitch the ball up with especially first day of the Test match and new pitch, new batsman. It's very difficult for the batsman to adjust a length early on. If you asking question, like we saw every time they pitch the ball up, we see something happening, and every time short of a length because its pitch is drier and on the slower side, you can't see any hardly lateral movement from the pitch.
Yeah, you always know, Aggers, that it's not a great day for the team when the coach gets wheeled out to the press. I've just seen Chris Silverwood on the screens. He's doing the presser tonight. It's never a great sign.
It's not, I suppose, but more preferable than the bowling coach being wheeled out. But I think he's obviously in a position to talk about that, and I think he'll be asked some questions at some stage if we get to him on time during the course of this podcast, this review that we're doing now, because play has been called off for the day. As 139 for 2, only 49 overs were possible, so it's disappointing, but the forecast for the rest of the week is good, and so they'll make up this lost time. They'll add a bit of play to each day up to that point, and then hopefully we'll have a result at the end. We won't have lost too much play. So we're chatting things through with Michael Vaughan and Azhar Mahmood. I'm just looking down to see, because I think Chris Silverwood will be going along the line, as it were, to go down to our eager reporter down there shortly. I think Dan Norcross has got the long straw. It's always nice to do his close of play interview, so he's down there today. Someone who will be relieved, I think, is Jofra Archer. He's not had it's not been a happy hunting ground, Old Trafford, for Archer. He had a poor Ashes test here last year. But it was a lovely ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Abid Ali.
Yeah, and that's the length. I mean, you're not asking Jofra Archer at his height and his pace to float it up for half volleys. He is the kind of bowler that, you kind of ask him to hit length as hard as he can. He's probably going to be bouncing more often than not over the stumps, but that was a perfect, just nip back off the pad. I thought he looked great in that first spell. And then he came out after lunch, and all the England side just looked, I don't know, they just looked a bit flat. Don Bess didn't get it right, the tactics were a bit strange. Then Jofra came on, bowled a couple of short ones, got put away, and after the break, when they obviously got the light and they had to bowl to turn to the spinners, you felt that there was two balls that I would look at from an English perspective to Babar Azam, that you would look and think, wait, maybe that's the way to target him. He got a couple of steep ones into the armpit and he flapped at it with a pull shot, and he got a bit lucky because it went in the air about halfway down to fine leg, and I'd look at that as a bowling coach perspective from the England team. Maybe it's just that there's not much of a chink in his armour. He's a quality player, but maybe there's 2 times today that he got caught on the back foot just into the armpits, and that's maybe somewhere that they could target him with.
You can see all the fast bowlers on display, won't it? And it's funny how also there are fast bowlers who feel it's a real competition amongst themselves, and of course we're going to see Naseem and Shan, Shah, Afridi later on. But Archer was interesting. He did bowl quite within himself, I thought. Chris Silverwood is approaching Dan Norcross. Let's see what the England coach has to say.
Thank you, Agus. Chris, a tricky day today. A great first session, second session perhaps not quite so good. Can you pinpoint what didn't go quite so right after lunch?
Well, we weren't on the money. I mean, if you saw how we came out that first session, I thought we bowled beautifully. Credit to Pakistan, I thought they played very well as well. And when we came out afterwards, we bowled 2 really bad balls, if I'm brutally honest. We've addressed it in the dressing room, the guys have been very honest about it. But we just weren't where we need to be. And obviously we got away for a while there.
It was such a stark contrast there, wasn't it? Because Jofra Archer and Chris Woakes in that second hour, I guess, of the first session, really put England on top, didn't they?
They did. Like I said, I thought we bowled beautifully. They all came out, we controlled the rate of the game, they were on top, they were asking questions, we were beating the bat. Making life particularly difficult really for the Pakistani batsmen. But you know what, we're not always going to get it his own way, so the challenge I have thrown back in the dressing room is we're going to have days like that. We're going to either be through the fact that we don't bowl particularly well, or the opposition play very well. The challenge is how we recognise this situation and how do we pull it back. Someone has to put their hands up and says, right,
about an appeal. Was it one of those that hit the pad before the bat? I don't think it was. It was certainly straight enough.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it dragged back and he plays it onto his pad.
Yeah.
As it comes through, Bess then, here he comes again to Azam, who's forward and playing to mid-on, comes through swiftly for a single. Throw from the captain, Joe Root, to Buttler. And Babar moves to 41, so rotating the strike easily at the moment, these two, 107 for 2.
I'm just having another look. You sure it didn't hit the pad first?
Ooh.
If it did, they should have reviewed it.
Bess fights this one, it's on the full as Masood plays it out to the deep back of the square boundary. Jofra collects it with his left hand, turns and throws in one movement, up and over Joss Buttler. And then it's taken by Ollie Pope, a short leg. The score is to 109 for 2. Masood to 45. There's Bess. Through his action, Masood edges. Does he edge as it goes to Buttler and it hits the edge of his glove onto the floor? Well, was that an opportunity? We'll have to look at the replay. Anyway, a few more words from you, Vic. There's Pakistan 109 for 2, and will come Simon Mann.
That did spin. I think it didn't take the edge. We need confirmation of that. Oh, I don't know. I'd like to see that again. I'd like to see the LBW shot again, or the non-reviewed LBW. Bess's reaction was one of anguish. So we'll keep an eye on the screen. If it is, it was a clear chance to just Buttler behind the stumps.
Looks as though he might well have nicked that.
We'll have another look. And the Snicko.
Hit the left side of his left glove. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's the chance.
Yeah, here's Archer, been going into bowl to Babar Azam. It's outside the off stump, quite close to off stump though. Babar let it go through, good judgment. 109 for 2, good session for Pakistan. They needed to sit his lunch. And there was an LBW shank as well. It was bat and pad very close together in terms of making contact with the ball. It's hard to say actually, almost, and you don't see it very often. Simultaneous contact, but it might well have been on the LBW shank or the half shank, and they decided to ignore it. This is Archer going into bowl to Babar. It's full, it's driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. That's picked up by Woakes. And there is no run. Babar's playing a different game to everyone else we've seen today. Shan Masood has dug in, worked hard. I mean, not quite playing like Dominic Sibley, but a Sibley type role really, and trying to wear down the bowlers. Playing a bit more elegantly. It's 45 not out. Babar's 41. Short outside the off stump and crashed away for 4 by Babar Azam off the back foot. And he barely bothers to move. In fact, he strolls down the pitch to have a chat with the non-striker, Shan Masood. That's the sort of stroke that deserves a crowd. Everyone standing up and applauding, cheering for Pakistan. Beautifully played. It was a bit short and wide, and it got what it deserved. And Babar Azam now is on level with Shan Masood. He came in the 19th over. Archer bowls to Babar and short ball, and Babar bends at the knees and allows him to go through to Joss Buttler. The weather is closing in.
It does look bleak. It does. Well left, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting darker, and there's a sheet of grey coming away to the left. The light's beaming down now, and there's some suggestion if it starts, we might be struggling today for the rest of the day, but let's hope not. The forecast has changed a bit away to the right, where it's got some blue sky, but that's gone. Archer moves in and bowls another short ball, and Babar Azam, like a boxer there, bends the knees and then staggers back towards the rope.
It's a quick ball. It's a short ball. 88. Zipped through, but he played it beautifully. You can get real satisfaction, I think, from the good leave, and it kind of sends a message back. Well, I've just given him one of my best. It's not that wide, but he just sprayed out the way. He seemed to see it quite quickly.
Of course, he gave Abid the one-two trick earlier. Here is Archer bowling a short ball and Babar ducks up.
He played it beautifully. You can get real satisfaction, I think, from the good leave, and it kind of sends a message back to the bowler. I've just given him one of my best. Not that wide, but he just swayed out of the way. He seemed to see it quite quickly.
Of course, he gave Abid the 1-2 trick earlier. Here is Archer bowling a short ball and Babar ducks underneath it. Buttler juggles with it and then drops it down the leg side. It's the end of Archer's over. Well, it didn't take too kindly to being crashed before through the offside. Came back with 3 short balls, 113 for 2. Ground staff coming onto the field, not yet with the covers. But that is the drinks break. Andrew Cowan emails. I recall Shah Masood spent 1 year at my school during sixth form at Stanford School, that is. Given the age difference between him and Stuart Broad, who attended Oakham, I don't think they played each other. I'm sure it would have been quite a contest.
Well, I can tell you this, in those days, well, actually, I think when he was at school, Stuart Broad, when he was at school, was almost more of a batsman than a bowler. But what I was going to say, in those days, he'd have bowled over the wicket.
Old Trafford, Manchester, England cricket ground. It's already 139 for the loss of 2 wickets now. As of now, it seems to be a different issue, and you are watching live from the Manchester cricket ground, and it seems to be the different issue here. Earlier, Pakistan won the toss and elected to Pakistan won the toss and elected to bat first. In that, Pakistan got 139 for the loss of 2 wickets, and as well the 2 important wickets, opening wickets, have been gone, especially Azhar, who is also a very good batsman, got out for a depth, and one more batter, opening batter continuously lost his innings, that too by 2 bowlers, one from Jofra and another from Woakes. These 2 bowlers took their each 1 wicket each, and it's 139 for the loss of 2 wickets now. Those who are watching STV Sports channel are hereby requested to subscribe our channel. And today it's not that much tough even for both of them, especially England bowlers are very much tough in bowling their overs, and as well as far as Pakistan is concerned, initially they have they started well, and initially they got 2 wickets down, and after that Captain Babar Azam came over and managed to stabilize the innings, but Mohammad is at the crease, and along with Babar Azam, both of them are at the very both of them have at crease, and it's 139 for the loss of 2 wickets now. So this is the end of the day, and the day 2 stumps will be as of now it is stumps now. Day 2 will be started from tomorrow by 3:30 p.m. onwards. So stay tuned to STV Sports channel. Those who are watching STV Sports channel are hereby requested to subscribe our channel and continue to watch STV Sports channel. There are a lot more cricket actions to come. Hereafter, we have 3 matches between England and Pakistan, test matches, and after that T20 matches, 3 T20 matches, and after that there are a lot more cricket actions to come. South Africa will meet on India, as well India will meet on Australia, and there are IPL, so a lot more cricket actions to come. Stay tuned to STV Sports channel. We will be right back tomorrow. So far, those who have watched our channel are requested to subscribe our channel. Thank you for watching. This is the end of the day, and at the end of the day, it's 139 for the loss of 2 wickets. We'll meet tomorrow for the second day session. Thank you for watching, and see you, and have a great day. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.